Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku changed the fate of the League. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Izuku Midoriya, the only quirkless individual in his area and likely one of the few in the city, could be seen lying in an alley, somewhat battered and with burns covering his body. He was conscious but seemed to have lost any will to get up, his emerald green eyes lacking their usual sparkle as they gazed at the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. It was a heart-wrenching sight, especially considering the boy was no more than 12 years old. Let's rewind a bit in time. 2 years earlier, in Mizudafu, Inko and Izuku Midoriya made up the Midoriya family. Hisashi, Izuku's biological father, had abandoned them shortly after his son was born, claiming he wasn't ready for fatherhood. At least he sent money to help, but that meant little in the grand scheme of things. Young Inko Midoriya had to take on the responsibility of raising a child at a young age, and her reluctance to have him made her a somewhat bitter and cold mother. Still, she tried not to be cruel to Izuku. After all, it wasn't his fault. The little boy had inherited many traits from her. His green hair, those emerald eyes, and the sensitivity that once defined her. He also had freckles from his father and a fragile build, making him undeniably cute. Although she occasionally shot him angry glances, she believed Izuku would be fine living in her indifference. Nothing could be further from the truth. The boy not only grew up in his mother's cold indifference but also faced constant and increasingly violent abuse from his surroundings. Being part of the small percentage of people in the world without a quirk was more than enough reason for others to harm him. In a world where 95% of the population possessed quirks, the discrimination against the quirkless was brutal. In Izuku's case, it was slightly worse. Since he was little, he filled the void left by his mother by distracting himself with heroes. His greatest dream was to become a powerful and admirable hero like the legendary All Might, and he expressed this dream constantly. However, being declared quirkless felt like a harsh blow, making his life seem devoid of meaning even at just 4 years old. Still, he refused to lose hope, insisting he would become a hero despite everything. This only worsened his situation. He was no longer just a weak boy claiming he would be a hero. He was a weak, nerdy, quirkless boy declaring the same. This was how his greatest tormentor and former best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, saw him. Katsuki was the son of Inko's best friend, Mitsuki Bakugo, who was the kindest person to Izuku. However, her son was the complete opposite. Known as Kaken, he was violent toward Izuku, and since learning of his quirkless status, he had only escalated his bullying, leaving Izuku with scars from burns and hits. He wasn't alone in this. At school, everyone bullied him, and a considerable group of classmates would gather to beat him during recess or after school. Yet even when he came home with burns, bruises, and torn clothes, his mother received him with her usual neutral and indifferent tone. Eventually, this would take its toll. The day it did arrive was today, not due to a specific incident but because years of escalating abuse had pushed him to his limit. At 12 years old, he no longer knew what to do. He didn't want to suffer anymore. Then, the words of Katsuki echoed in his mind, suggesting he should jump off a building to spare everyone the sight of him, and perhaps, if he prayed hard enough, he might be reborn with a quirk. Those were harsh words for a boy in his early teens, but they didn't surprise Izuku coming from someone like Katsuki, who had always been cruel, arrogant, and spoiled by praise for his powerful quirk. For a moment, he reflected on those words. He considered not going through with it, thinking of how his mother would suffer, but then he remembered her indifference, her coldness, and the feeling she inspired in him that she would prefer he simply didn't exist. So, why not do it? At that moment, the rain began to fall from the overcast sky, soaking the despondent boy, who managed a smile tinged with irony. Was it possible to find someone with worse luck than him? He didn't think so. Determined, he struggled to his feet and began to walk slowly, limping until he reached the middle of the alley, where he fell again, face down in the dirt, reminding him of the pain in his body. As he lay there, he looked out at the street, which was becoming less crowded. Many people, even heroes, cast sidelong glances at him, yet no one stopped. No one cared that he was there in such a state. 3 years later, in an unknown place, someone called out to him, urging him to hurry up, not wanting to hear sensei lecture them again about punctuality. An albino boy with a hand on his face was waiting for him. Izuku nodded, acknowledging the urgency. Izuku Midoriya was preparing a few things when he calmly responded to Tamura Shigaraki. He had grown significantly, his once innocent freckled face now marked by scars that stood out against his pale skin. His expression had become more serious, and though his eyes lacked their former sparkle, he had found a new motivation to live, to help Tamura achieve his goals. As they walked together, they passed through a purple portal that led them to a dimly lit room illuminated only by screens. The portal materialized into a purple figure in a suit, who stood beside Tamura. At that moment, all three knelt, and a deep, elegant voice spoke. The voice informed them that All Might had become a teacher at UA Academy, suggesting it was a great opportunity for Tamura. Tamura looked up with a chilling smile, contemplating the chance to eliminate the symbol of peace in the heart of the hero's domain. The voice assured Tamura that he would be provided with the best experimental Nomu, but first, he needed to infiltrate UA and find the perfect moment to execute their plan. Tamura confidently declared that it would not be a problem and planned to act the very next day, believing the media would still be in chaos. Izuku reflected on the moment, realizing it was finally time to reveal themselves to the world as the League of Villains. Although he was not fond of the name, he owed his life to Tamura, the League, and especially to All for One, the greatest villain in history, who had given him hope and a reason to live. Kurogyari, the enigmatic figure of darkness, had also aided him in his studies and provided him with the tools for his experiments and costume. All for One then instructed them to leave, promising to call them for the next planning session. The three departed, returning to what resembled a bar. Kurogyari resumed his position as bartender while Tamura sank into a chair and turned on the television. Izuku made his way deeper into the establishment, navigating through hallways and stairs until he reached his room. As he approached a suit, he thought to himself about the path ahead. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked streets of Mizudafu, Izuku found himself on the ground, injured and drenched. A young man walking by stopped to observe him and approached. Izuku looked up, meeting the stranger's gaze. The young man questioned why Izuku was out in the rain, suggesting he should go home. Izuku, struggling to speak, remarked that he was just one person among many, noting that even heroes had ignored him. The young man turned back to Izuku, who was now on his knees, his dull eyes and dirty face reminding him of his own struggles. The young man asked if Izuku wanted to be a hero. Izuku, seeing two heroes pass by without offering help, expressed his disillusionment with the idea. The young man laughed and proposed the idea of becoming a villain instead. Izuku, confused, pondered the notion that perhaps villains were not as bad as they seemed. The young man extended his hand, asking if Izuku would run away or accept the offer to join him. In that moment, Izuku felt something he had never experienced before. The outstretched hand represented a doorway to a life he had never imagined, the first time someone had offered him a chance. Without hesitation, he took the gloved hand, which had a finger exposed, allowing it to help him rise. The young man instructed him to follow, and as Izuku did, he asked for his name. The young man replied, introducing himself as Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself in his room. He stretched and rose with a small smile, as that memory always brought him joy. Although he never dared to tell Tamura directly, he considered him his hero, the one who gave him reasons to live, and whose dream was the only goal Izuku had in life. He then proceeded to head to the bar, realizing it was getting late. The night before, he had gone with Kurogyari to recruit more low-level villains, essentially street thugs, to assemble a large group for the attack they were planning. As he opened the door to the bar, he saw Kurogyari sitting on a couch, reviewing some papers, while Tamura lounged in another chair, wearing a victorious smile. Izuku approached to look over the papers, noting the details. Tamura declared that his infiltration of UA had been more than successful. Not only did he have the perfect moment to strike, but he also had a list of students who would be present, along with their quirks, and the teachers, including All Might. He stretched with a grin, relishing the fact that the students were from the newly admitted Class 1A, who had only entered a week prior. However, Izuku was no longer listening. He was fixated on a name on the list. Katsuki Bakugo, with the quirk, Explosion, which allowed him to produce explosions from his palms. Izuku was shocked for two reasons. First, that such a person was at the most prestigious hero academy in the country, recognized worldwide, and second, at how simplistic the description of his quirk was. Curious, Izuku asked when the attack would take place. Tamura replied that it would be the following week at the USJ Training Center, just a short bus ride from UA. If they could hack the system and cut the electricity, the students would be trapped with them. Tamura's goal was to eliminate the symbol of peace, to bring chaos to society, or as Izuku saw it, to destroy. Despite this, he would support Tamura and give his life to see it through. However, Izuku hesitated when it came to killing. He believed that leaving someone alive could pose a danger to Tamura or AFO. All Might was a target he considered essential to eliminate, but a civilian or any random hero was not someone he felt he needed to kill. Returning to the present, Izuku knew the promised day was approaching, and he needed to prepare, not just for Tamura, but because if Katsuki was there, it would be the perfect opportunity to repay the pain he had endured for so long. He thought he might need to bring more knives, glancing at the 15 hidden throughout his suit. He began to prepare, feeling anxious yet meticulous, a habit he had developed over the past 3 years. Despite training and fighting low-level villains and weak heroes, acting as Tamura's bodyguard and honing his combat skills, he still felt the need to improve further. Flashback 1 year earlier. Izuku walked down the street with bandages on his face and various parts of his body, wearing red contact lenses and a hood. He was somewhat known among common heroes, having encountered several who had received beatings, whether because he sought them out for training or because they stumbled upon him attacking thugs. Taking precautions had become second nature to him, as being a villain had made him more confident. Now, he enjoyed walking through the streets, observing people and heroes while feeling completely secure. However, he never expected to run into his mother and his aunt Mitsuki at a shopping mall in Kamino. He watched as they seemed to enjoy their time together, confirming his theory that his mother didn't need him to be happy. He suspected she might have felt a slight emptiness in the beginning, but she likely overcame it quickly. Deciding to continue on his way, he exchanged glances with his mother, who clearly did not recognize him. She stared for a few seconds before Mitsuki snapped her out of her trance, and they continued on their path. Back in the present, as Izuku reflected on that encounter with his mother, he felt a pang of regret for his aunt Mitsuki. Given her relationship with Katsuki, it wouldn't be pleasant for her to see her son so damaged, especially since he planned to leave Katsuki worse off than he had been. He knew he couldn't repay all the harm done to him. He might even end up causing more damage than intended. Still, he intended to leave more than just a few broken bones. He envisioned delivering blows all over Katsuki's body and leaving several cuts, needing to unleash his pent-up frustration on someone. The beatings he dealt to thugs and heroes felt insufficient. He needed to confront the one he held the most resentment toward, Katsuki. He considered all of this while examining his suit, which perfectly embodied the nickname Rabbit. It consisted of a green, hooded jacket with 2 bunny ears, made from a special fabric that withstood extreme temperature changes. His black pants were reinforced with metal at the shins and knees, similar to the metal reinforcements on his black shoes and elbows. The suit also featured numerous pockets and compartments for storing blades and shoots that alleviated pain, with some concentrated ones even accelerating healing. All of this had been created and perfected by him over the past 3 years. Izuku wore a mask designed to help him navigate through smoky areas and red visors that barely revealed his green eyes. He also had a pair of gloves made from a fine metallic fabric that allowed him to handle sharp weapons without injury. The back of the gloves featured reinforced fragments of thicker metal, enabling him to deflect direct moves. Overall, the gloves provided him with a firm grip and increased power in his strikes. All of this gear and innovation was the result of 3 years of training, study, and effort. Now, he finally had the opportunity to put everything into practice. A week later, at the Villains League bar, Kurogyuri and Tamura were ready to spring into action. Behind them was a massive humanoid figure, towering at around 3 meters in height, with Izuku perched on its shoulder, testing the durability of its skin with one of his knives. Without saying a word, Kurogyari opened a portal. Tamura stepped through first, followed by the beast known as Nomu, a biological weapon created by All for One, as Izuku understood. As they walked through the dark portal, more villains joined them until Tamura vanished. Izuku instructed Nomu to stop, wanting to be the last to enter. Once he confirmed no one else was coming, he ordered them to proceed, and the portal closed behind them, with Kurogyari appearing beside him. The tension on the heroes' faces and the disbelief among the students was palpable. Tamura took a step forward and indicated that it was time to begin. Izuku stood, breathing heavily, battered but determined, clutching a couple of knives with difficulty. In front of him was a group of underworld thugs, relatively strong, but only 7 remained standing while 8 lay unconscious on the ground. One of the more muscular villains charged at him. Izuku quickly threw a knife at the thug's foot, causing him to halt and cry out in pain. The cry intensified momentarily as Izuku stepped on the knife, but it faded when he leaped and struck the thug on the head with the handle of another knife, knocking him out. Izuku thought to himself that he wasn't sure if this was the safest training method, but he could see it was paying off as he dodged a punch from a rocky-knuckled opponent and drove the knife under the man's armpit before tossing it into a nearby dumpster. He recognized that his hard work was beginning to yield results. It had been almost a year since Tamura had taken him in. Initially, Izuku had assisted with the theory and study of quirks, but he also needed to improve physically and train for combat. During the first months, he focused on building his body. Then, at Tamura's command, he began fighting underworld thugs daily, gradually increasing the difficulty and number of opponents based on his progress. At that moment, he felt he wouldn't be struggling so much if he hadn't just fought another group minutes before. However, he didn't complain. It reminded him that he needed more endurance for longer battles. Grabbing a metal rod nearby, he charged at the remaining 5 villains, eager to finish quickly. In the present, at the USJ Rescue Simulation Center, Izuku recalled the group of students several meters away. He thought about how, despite being quirkless, he could defeat any of them because he had been more persistent than anyone else, and it was time to prove it by overpowering Katsuki. As he dismounted from Nomu, he observed Eraserhead charging toward them and instructed Kurogyari to move forward. Kurogyari created a portal at Izuku's feet, allowing them to appear before the students and Hero 13, blocking their path to the exit. Kurogyari greeted the students, introducing himself and the League of Villains, stating their intent to make All Might take his last breath. He noted the absence of All Might, which seemed odd, and wondered if there had been a last-minute change. Before the hero could respond, Katsuki stepped forward, displaying his characteristic arrogance. He dismissed the idea of killing All Might as impossible. Kirishima, a red-haired student, also stepped forward, asserting that if they wanted to achieve their goal, they would first have to defeat them. Just as Kirishima and Bakugo moved closer, Izuku appeared in front of them with remarkable speed. He delivered an upward kick to Bakugo, dodged a punch from Kirishima, and seized his arm. With a powerful strike to Kirishima's armpit, he disrupted the hardening of the red-haired student's arm and followed up with a kick that sent him stumbling backward. As he executed these moves, Izuku quickly ducked to avoid an explosion from Bakugo, who was furious. He grabbed Bakugo's foot and slammed it against the ground before tossing him toward Kirishima, who was just getting back on his feet. The rapid sequence of events astonished both the hero and the students. Izuku then leaped back to stand beside Kurogyari. Kurogyari urged the students to remain calm and not be overconfident, transforming into mist and enveloping most of them, declaring that he had prepared a hellish experience for them. Izuku found himself in a different place when he opened his eyes, quickly analyzing his surroundings to aid his mission. He had little time to waste as he soon heard Bakugo's shouts not far away. Determined to finish things quickly and return to Tamura, he walked a few meters until he spotted Bakugo standing atop a pile of debris, hurling insults into the air. Bakugo noticed Izuku's presence and turned to face him, a sadistic smile spreading across his face. He declared that Izuku was exactly who he had been looking for, ready to unleash his explosive power. Izuku, puzzled by Bakugo's desire to be a hero, dismissed his intentions and approached confidently. Without further words, Bakugo leaped, preparing an explosion with his right arm. Izuku anticipated this move, knowing Bakugo's tendency to start with an attack like that. He swiftly struck Bakugo's forearm, redirecting the explosion and throwing him off balance. Bakugo retaliated with a left punch, but Izuku deflected it as well, leaving Bakugo open for a powerful punch to the stomach that knocked the wind out of him. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku delivered a downward kick that sent Bakugo crashing to the ground, following up with a punch to his head. Despite the blows, Bakugo refused to give up easily. As he attempted to grab Izuku's foot, Izuku managed to evade him just in time. Bakugo rose, furious and determined, but Izuku's earlier strike had clearly taken its toll. Fueled by anger, Bakugo charged at Izuku, launching a flurry of punches that Izuku skillfully blocked and dodged. Eventually, Bakugo pulled out a knife and continued his assault, slashing at Izuku until he fell again, seemingly unable to rise. Izuku quietly remarked to himself that the situation was becoming pathetic. He needed to return quickly, so he resolved to incapacitate Bakugo further. However, when he looked back at his opponent, he saw Bakugo barely standing, pointing a gauntlet arm at him and preparing to fire. With a fierce shout, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion that engulfed Izuku. The force of the blast sent him flying several meters, crashing into a wall that crumbled upon impact. Though in pain, Izuku stood up, assessing his suit, which had held up well despite a few holes and a cracked visor that exposed part of his hair. Fueled by anger over the damage to his suit, Izuku charged out of the smoke toward Bakugo, who attempted to repeat his earlier attack with his other arm. Izuku threw a knife that struck Bakugo's palm, causing him to cry out in pain. Before Bakugo could recover, Izuku delivered a knee to his stomach, then swiftly moved behind him to break both of Bakugo's arms simultaneously. To finish, Izuku twisted Bakugo's leg, forcing his knee in the opposite direction, resulting in a break. Bakugo lay on the ground, unconscious and battered, with all his limbs injured except for one leg. His face was swollen, bloodied, and marked with cuts. Izuku felt tempted to continue the assault but paused when he heard a loud crash from the main door. He quickly made his way to the central plaza, leaving a note on Bakugo's chest that read, "You get what you deserve." Minutes later, Izuku struggled to run faster as tremors and shockwaves from the plaza hindered his progress. He felt anxious, suspecting that the commotion was due to a clash between All Might and the Nomu. He needed to reach Tamura quickly in case the hero emerged victorious. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to witness the Nomu being slammed to the ground, only to be sent flying out of the area with a single punch. Izuku marveled at All Might's incredible strength, realizing he had surpassed the impact absorption his teacher had mentioned, but at a significant cost to his stamina. He noticed All Might trembling slightly. Izuku rushed over to Tamura, who appeared stressed and intimidated, scratching his neck, a nervous habit of his. Izuku urged Tamura to calm down and see the silver lining, pointing out that All Might was shaking and likely unable to move. Tamura relaxed, acknowledging Izuku's insight and expressing gratitude, recognizing that he could always count on him. The three Kurogyri, Izuku, and Tamura charged at the weakened hero, with Izuku leading the attack. He understood that a cornered opponent could be even more dangerous, and he wanted to minimize any risk to Tamura. With incredible speed, Izuku appeared behind All Might, emerging from the steam that enveloped him. He leaped forward, bringing a knife dangerously close to the hero's neck. Tamura was just about to make contact when Kurogyri materialized beside him. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a blonde girl, whom Izuku recognized as Melissa Shield, suddenly appeared with a fist ready to strike Tamura. However, Kurogyri quickly created a portal that redirected her punch, positioning Shigaraki's hand right in front of her face, threatening to disintegrate her. The sound of a gunshot startled Izuku, causing him to divert his attention from All Might. He turned to see a bullet impact Tamura's arm, and his gaze shifted to the source of the shot, where all the professional heroes from UA had gathered at the main entrance. Instinctively, Izuku halted his attack and positioned himself in front of Tamura, who was on the ground, to shield him from a barrage of 4 bullets. He took the hits, one in his right shoulder, another in his right leg, the third in his left forearm, and the last grazed his head, shattering his visor. The force of the shots propelled Izuku backward, causing him to fall to the ground. This surprised everyone, as only All Might had noticed the moment the boy leaped to protect the villain. To the others, it appeared as if he had simply vanished and then collapsed, blood spilling from his wounds. Shigaraki felt a surge of concern, though he was reluctant to admit it. When he turned to check on Izuku, he was taken aback to see the boy spring back to his feet, knives in both hands, positioning himself once more between Shigaraki and the group of heroes. Despite the blood dripping from his head and injuries on his right side, Izuku stood resolute. Izuku commanded Kurogyari to leave immediately, and without hesitation, Kurogyari complied, creating a portal that whisked them away, leaving behind an eerie silence. Chapter End. The story and characters of My Hero Academia do not belong to me, but to their respective creator. One day after the attack on USJ. At the prestigious Hero Academy, which was currently closed because it was Saturday, all the teachers were gathered in Director Nizu's office for a meeting to discuss everything that had happened the day before. They had already addressed the topics concerning the Nomu, the anti-symbol of peace, created specifically to eliminate All Might, according to Shigaraki Tamura. He was also a topic of discussion due to the danger posed by his quirk combined with his personality. Kurogyari, or Black Mist as they referred to him, was also mentioned. What was curious about these two was that neither had any prior history or public appearances. There were no records of sightings or anything else. This was their first official appearance. In contrast, the fourth topic of discussion was Izuku. Although they did not know his name or much about him, there had been records of encounters with heroes and sightings of him fighting thugs or villains from the underworld. Due to his costume, he was known as Rabbit, but beyond that, they knew little. Nizu pointed to a screen displaying an image of Izuku from the security cameras. He noted that it seemed Izuku must have known Bakugo before, as the footage showed him going directly for Bakugo and attacking him fiercely. Additionally, he had left a note on Bakugo's body, which was now in the hands of the police. The note read, "You get what you deserve," suggesting a form of revenge against Bakugo. Present Mike expressed concern about the boy's condition. Nizu informed them that there had been 4 injuries from the previous day: teachers 13 and Aizawa, student Melissa Shield, and student Katsuki Bakugo. He displayed photos of those involved, explaining that Melissa Shield had recovered the quickest, as her injuries were a result of using her quirk. The other 3 were still in the hospital. A photo of Bakugo appeared on the screen, and Nizu explained that his injuries were severe, as it seemed Rabbit had struck him all over his body, causing pain rather than targeting specific areas. 3 of Bakugo's 5 main limbs had been dislocated, so he would need several days of rest to recover, with recovery girls still looking after him. Vlad King expressed frustration, wondering what could have happened to make such a young boy a brutal villain. Tashinori, reflecting on the situation, noted that Izuku had shown great concern when he saw Shigaraki Tamura get hurt. In fact, as soon as he witnessed Shigaraki take a bullet, he halted his own attack to shield him from further harm. This revelation surprised the others, as they had only seen Izuku's sudden appearance and nothing more. Tashinori added that he had noticed Izuku's green, messy hair and matching eye color after his visor broke. Nizu thanked All Might for the information and mentioned he would compile everything gathered. He then expressed curiosity about Izuku's concern for Tamura, noting that self-sacrifice for another person was an uncommon trait for a villain. He found it intriguing that Izuku had not killed Bakugo, which led him to believe that the two must know each other. Tashinori agreed, suggesting they consult Bakugo in a few days. If he recognized Izuku, they might be able to pull him from the darkness before it was too late. Meanwhile, Izuku was resting in his bed, reading notes about heroes' quirks to keep himself entertained. He knew he needed to recuperate well, as 3 gunshot wounds were still serious injuries, despite having used his healing accelerators. Kurogyari had given him the day off and encouraged him to relax since he had been busy for a long time. As Izuku reflected on the events of the previous day, the door suddenly opened, revealing Kurogyari carrying a tray. He approached Izuku and set the tray down on a nearby table, reminding him to let him know if he needed anything. Izuku called out to Kurogyari before he could leave, asking if he could pose a question. Kurogyari took a seat nearby and invited him to ask whatever he wanted. Izuku inquired whether Kurogyari thought it was the right decision to prevent further harm to Tamura instead of killing All Might at that moment. Kurogyari pondered the question for a moment before admitting that he was uncertain. Perhaps it was the right choice, or perhaps it was not. He looked into his eyes and thought that, being as intelligent and objective as he was, he should already know the answer. Izuku felt the weight of the problem pressing down on him. No matter how much he tried to justify his actions, it never seemed enough. That moment had been crucial. He could have achieved the League's ultimate goal and Tamura's ambitions. Yet, when he saw someone in danger, his legs had moved on their own. Upon hearing this, Kurogyari felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. He understood that Izuku's actions were not driven by loyalty to Tamura but by a genuine instinct to protect someone in peril. Izuku possessed a remarkable ability for self-sacrifice, throwing himself into danger without a second thought to save others. This was the essence of a hero, and it was both sad and ironic that he, a villain, was the only person Kurogyari had encountered with such a virtue. Despite all the suffering and cruelty he had endured, Izuku still held onto that quality. Kurogyari sighed, acknowledging the bittersweet truth. He remarked that Izuku would have made a wonderful hero if circumstances had been different. He encouraged him not to regret his actions and to do what he believed was right next time. Rising from his seat, he said he would continue working and would see Izuku later. Izuku thanked Kurogyari with a sincere smile. As Kurogyari closed the door behind him, he couldn't help but smile a little. Those unexpected and rare smiles from the boy were incredibly comforting. Meanwhile, inside the room, Izuku continued to reflect on Kurogyari's words. Although his actions had been instinctual this time, he had often found himself in trouble while trying to save Tamura. There were several underworld groups watching him, waiting for their moment of revenge. One of the most significant groups, known as Phantom, had not yet attempted to kill him, primarily out of fear of All for One. This group had earned the wrath of their leader after he lost a hand during a confrontation that Izuku had accompanied Tamura and Kurogyari to. The meeting had gone awry when the leader, known as Lucifer, clashed with Shigaraki, leading to a violent exchange. Lucifer's quirk allowed him to manifest 2 steel wings from his back, which he could use to launch metal feathers as projectiles, create shields, and strike opponents. He had nearly killed Tamura during their encounter, but just as he lifted the albino by the neck, Izuku had intervened with remarkable speed, severing Lucifer's hand and pulling him away from Shigaraki before escaping through a portal created by Kurogyari. Lucifer was not only named for his angelic appearance due to the wings but also for his cruel, vengeful, sadistic, and irritable personality. As a result, Izuku had become his primary target. However, this was not something that truly worried Izuku. If it meant keeping Tamura alive, he was willing to endure the threat. Still, he was concerned about being recognized. Bakugo's attack had burned part of his hood, revealing his hair, and later, a shot from the hero's snipe had knocked off his visor, exposing his eyes. Determined to avoid further complications, Izuku decided he would dye his hair as soon as he could and continue wearing the red contact lenses he usually used when he went out. The real issue was that Bakugo had recognized him, which could complicate matters. For now, though, he chose to set those thoughts aside and get some much-needed rest. The story and characters of My Hero Academia do not belong to me but to their respective creator. It had been over a week since the attack on USJ, and today, as was customary each year, UA would celebrate the sports festival, specifically for the first years. This event would be the focus for Izuku, who needed to note every quirk displayed, analyze them, and find ways to enhance their abilities, as well as identify the most formidable students. He arrived early to avoid the crowds, dressed in casual clothing with his hair dyed completely black and wearing red contact lenses. Most importantly, he adopted a friendly, cheerful demeanor, making him unrecognizable to anyone. 2 hours later, it was time for the festival to begin. Present Mike enthusiastically announced the entrance of each class, with Class 1A drawing the most attention due to the recent attack. However, Izuku's gaze was fixed on Bakugo, who did not lead the class as expected but instead walked in the middle, trying to avoid the public scrutiny. He still bore some bandages from the incident, which he felt was a humiliation, prompting him to shy away from the spotlight at least at first. Katsuki declared his ambition to be number one and to crush everyone in his path, implying that his classmates were merely stepping stones. This statement, made during the player's promise, reminded Izuku of Bakugo's superiority, leaving him disappointed as he had hoped that the recent events would have taught Bakugo a lesson. Determined to focus on his task, Izuku turned his attention to the first event, the obstacle race. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, except for Todoroki's impressive display of power, as he effortlessly took down one of the giant robots with a single ice attack. Meanwhile, Melissa's shield showcased her ingenuity by winning the race without using her quirk, employing a somewhat reckless strategy. For Izuku, this event was tedious, as it served as a filter. He would need to watch the same race repeatedly to analyze all the quirks used. Out of the 11 classes, only 42 students would advance to the next round, earning points based on their finishing positions. Melissa's shield, the winner, scored a total of 10 million points, becoming the target for everyone else. The second event was the cavalry battle, which involved forming groups of 2 to 4 people, with their scores combined. The rider would wear ribbons on their head or neck to signify their team. Izuku paid little attention to the groups forming during the 15 minutes allotted, instead focusing on the previous event. He only began to analyze the groups when Present Mic announced the start of the next event. He was disappointed to see that most groups had formed based on friendship rather than strategy, except for 4 balanced teams: Todoroki's, Bakugo's, Melissa's, and Minetta's. During the event, he was further disheartened as most participants rushed to claim Melissa's 10 million points, which she defended well until Todoroki's team ultimately took them away. Despite the tension, the results were as expected, with a general studies student surprising everyone by placing in the top ranks. The 4 teams advancing were Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo, Team Shield, Team Shinso. All teams consisted of 4 members, setting the stage for the most anticipated part of the festival. The third event was the 1v1 tournament, the most popular phase of the festival, where 16 students would compete in a series of elimination rounds to claim the title of the most promising first-year student. This was the most crucial event for Izuku, as these students were considered the strongest and, therefore, the most dangerous. He needed to pay close attention. The first match between Melissa and Shinso would be challenging to analyze, as Shinso's quirk required careful observation over several repetitions. Meanwhile, Todoroki's massive ice attack in the second match quickly incapacitated Cero in under 5 seconds. Hours later, after the tournament concluded with Bakugo claiming first place, Izuku exited with a backpack filled with 3 notebooks of notes. He had stayed behind, continuing to jot down observations even during the award ceremony and as the audience left the stadium. As he walked, deep in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone, causing both to stumble backward. When he looked up, he found himself face to face with Melissa Shield, who had her arms in casts and bandages, making it difficult for her to get up. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy and offered to help her stand, doing so gently while smiling. Melissa thanked him and apologized, explaining that she hadn't been watching where she was going. Their eyes met, and she smiled at him, a smile that left Izuku feeling both strange and bewildered, as he had never seen anything like it before. He reassured her that it was no problem, admitting he had also been distracted. Izuku pointed to her arms, noting how difficult it must have been for her to get up. She laughed nervously, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was reflecting on the reason for her condition. The confrontation with Todoroki had pushed her quirk to its limits, leaving her exhausted. He thought to himself that this was a perfect opportunity to learn more about her quirk. He imagined the incomplete notes he had in his mind and offered to accompany her to the station, suggesting it might be helpful for her. This surprised Melissa. Although he seemed friendly, she never expected such a proposal. She expressed her concern, wondering if it would be a problem for him. Izuku dismissed her worries, assuring her it was no trouble at all. He added that it could be seen as a reward for her impressive performance at the festival, which made her blush slightly. After a moment, she accepted his offer, and they began walking together. Izuku found himself talking easily, surprising even himself. He was constantly checking to make sure her bandages were secure and that she was doing well, completely focused on her without realizing it. Melissa eventually brought him back to reality by indicating that the station where she needed to get off was in the opposite direction of where he was headed, signaling their time to part ways. He smiled genuinely and said it was a pleasure to meet her, hoping they would see each other again someday. She returned his smile, thanking him for his help, but then innocently pointed out that he hadn't told her his name. He introduced himself as Izuku but hesitated, almost revealing his last name, which would have been a mistake. Feeling nervous, he quickly added that she could just call him Izuku, as he wasn't fond of his surname. She noticed his unease but chose to ignore it. Melissa smiled brightly and said it was nice to meet him, expressing hope that they would cross paths again. With that, she walked away, and Izuku watched her for a moment before heading to catch the train to Kamino. Once seated, he began to reflect on their encounter, realizing he had overlooked something important. He mentally scolded himself for not asking her about her quirk. He felt strange, having failed in his objective and revealing part of his identity, yet he didn't regret the time spent with her. In fact, he appreciated their conversation. After all, she was the kindest and most friendly person he had ever met. His past experiences had mostly involved villains, and the people he knew had treated him poorly. His mother had been indifferent, and the only person who had shown him kindness was Mitsuki Bakugo, but it wasn't the same kind of warmth. He gazed out the window, thinking about Melissa Shield, hoping that if they met again, it wouldn't be in a fight. Chapter End. The story and characters of My Hero Academia do not belong to me, but to their respective creator. This is how, following the previous events, our protagonist arrived at Kamino after completing his journey. It was nighttime, and he found it more comfortable to reach the League's bar under these conditions. However, upon arrival, he was surprised to find Kurogyari, injured and motionless by the bar, while Tamura was engaged in a struggle with a man, driving a knife into each of his shoulders. Without asking questions or saying anything, he decided to act. His first move was to throw his backpack at the stranger to gain his attention, causing the man to turn and block a powerful kick from Izuku. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled the knives from Tamura's shoulders and launched himself at the stranger again, who responded in kind, charging with a katana and a knife. Both engaged in a frantic battle, neither managing to land a hit on the other. It was only when Izuku managed to drive a blade into the stranger's left arm that he recoiled, a knife smeared with a bit of blood approaching his mouth. But he was quicker, doubting that this was a habit or a quirk of his. He swiftly threw a knife at the dagger approaching his mouth, causing it to drop and embed itself in the wall with the force of his throw. The stranger remarked that the young hero was not bad and drew his second katana, challenging him to keep up. Just as he prepared to attack, Kurogyari, who seemed to regain his mobility, created a portal between them. Kurogyari ordered them to stop, stating that he could not allow them to harm each other. He also expressed a desire for Stain, the hero killer, to reconsider their offer. It was then that Izuku realized who this man was. Stain dismissed the idea of joining a senseless organization that exploited young people. Tamura, annoyed, questioned the meaning of their mission to kill all might and change society. Stain acknowledged Tamura but noted that their methods would differ, even if their goals aligned. After a tense silence, Stain mentioned he might seriously reconsider their offer, but Tamura, irritated, told him to leave, expressing that he had no interest in partnering with someone so unstable. Stain then exited through Kurogyari's portal, who requested patience from him on the other side. Meanwhile, in the bar, Izuku took a seat after Kurogyari had taken Stain away, feeling somewhat agitated. Tamura, now calmer, asked how Izuku had fared. Izuku replied that he had done quite well and began recounting the events, detailing how he had analyzed each student. He omitted what had happened with Melissa but mentioned identifying only 2 dangerous students for the time being, as there were about 15 others who could become threats with training and experience, handing a list to Tamura. 2 days later, in Class 1A, the first-year Hero Corps students returned to class after a 2-day break following the sports festival, greeted by the exciting news of internships. After the festival, They had received various offers from hero agencies across the country, and they needed to choose one for a week of experience in the hero world. They were also required to select code names, known as hero names, to add professionalism to the process. However, one student stood apart from the rest, Bakugo. Despite winning the tournament, he felt a nagging discomfort that he couldn't express through his usual anger. After the attack at USJ, while recovering at home, he had been visited by Principal Nizu and a detective named Tsukachi, who asked him questions about his attacker. He had denied knowing who it was, but they showed him a photo. The person who had humiliated him was Deku, Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy who had vanished over 3 years ago. He refused to accept it at first, but the thought lingered, gnawing at him. The phrase, "you get what you deserve," did not help his concentration. Aizawa's voice broke through his thoughts, urging Bakugo to focus and bringing him back to the lesson. He felt insecure, haunted by the memories of the humiliation he had faced from both the lookalike of Deku and Todoroki, the latter being more of a personal blow. Days later, in the bar, Izuku sat in an armchair reading a book. The place was completely empty, the silence almost oppressive until Tamura emerged from a portal with Kurogyri and 3 distinct nomes. Tamura ordered Izuku to prepare his things because they were heading to Hosu. When Izuku inquired about the purpose of the trip, Tamura explained that Stain was there, and they intended to unleash chaos and overshadow the purging efforts. Izuku was taken aback, questioning if Sensei had really entrusted Tamura with 3 nomes for this task. Tamura nodded in affirmation. Izuku found Tamura's capricious attitude frustrating. Despite wanting to help him achieve his dreams, he couldn't ignore the childishness that AFO did not seem to regulate. He resolved to speak with AFO about it the next day. It was fine, he would take 10 minutes. He stood up and headed to his room. 15 minutes later, in the center of Hosu, a portal appeared in a city building from which Tamura and Izuku emerged, followed by the nomes and Kurogyri, who materialized beside them. Tamura looked at the people around him, living peacefully in their false illusion of safety. He stepped forward and extended his arms, commanding the nomes to go out and show them the truth of their existence. The 3 nomes leaped into the streets, ready to spread chaos and destruction. Tamura then instructed Izuku to go after Stain, emphasizing that he must not allow him to take center stage. Izuku responded with seriousness, acknowledging the order as he launched himself from the rooftop of the building, using a grappling hook to swing between the structures. He thought about stopping a seasoned killer and reassured himself that he could do it. He landed in an alley and began to sprint through the central streets. Minutes later, Izuku had been running from alley to alley and was growing weary. It was fortunate that he caught a glimpse of Stain attacking a hero. He decided to let Stain defeat the hero to get closer. Stain ranted about greedy, false, and arrogant heroes, looking toward the sky as flames and smoke billowed from the area where the nomes were causing havoc. He proclaimed that he would be the one to eliminate them all. Izuku emerged from the shadows, confronting Stain and calling him arrogant for believing he had the right to judge others based solely on appearances without knowing them. Stain recognized him as the boy who had been with the League and dismissed him, asserting that he would not hesitate to strike him down. Izuku, undeterred, drew his knives and advanced, confident in his abilities. The weakened hero warned him to flee, but Izuku dismissed the hero's concerns, asserting that he was not as weak as he seemed and that he understood how Stain's quirk worked. Stain, irritated, charged at Izuku, and a fierce clash began between their blades. Although Stain initially held the upper hand, Izuku managed to regain his footing. When one of his knives flew from his hand, Stain seized the opportunity to strike, but Izuku cleverly used the back of his hand to deflect the blow, giving him time to reveal the 15 knives hidden in his jacket. The battle resumed, with Izuku now standing his ground. However, moments later, they both sensed someone approaching at high speed, prompting them to act quickly. Stain lunged forward, and Izuku kicked, causing the newcomer to lose their helmet and be thrown aside by the force of the impact. Izuku recognized the newcomer and, along with Stain, questioned if it was Tenya Ida. Tenya struggled to rise, glaring at Stain and declaring himself Ingenium, ready to avenge his brother. He charged at Stain using his quirk, but Stain was quicker, dodging the kick and striking Tenya in the shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Stain savored the moment, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, a knife flew past Stain's face, forcing him to halt and retreat. Izuku declared that Stain was fighting him now and urged him not to waste time with Tenya, who was already incapacitated. Stain, frustrated, charged at Izuku again, and they engaged in another intense battle of blades, both at a similar level of skill. As they fought, they noticed someone approaching at an even greater speed. Izuku turned, ready to immobilize the newcomer with 4 knives drawn, but he froze upon recognizing the golden hair and blue eyes. Melissa had arrived, and before he could react, she landed a punch squarely on his face, sending Izuku flying backward. She then turned her attention to Stain, who was momentarily stunned by her speed. Melissa asked Tenya if he was all right, positioning herself protectively between him and the 2 villains. Izuku focused on Melissa, who wore a green hero suit with white and black details, radiating blue energy that highlighted her striking blue eyes. He marveled at her growth, realizing she had learned to adapt her quirk's energy to her body rather than the other way around. He couldn't help but smile beneath his mask, feeling proud of her. But that smile vanished as he noticed Stain preparing to attack her. Acting swiftly, he interposed himself between them, blocking Stain's advance with his knives clashing against the katanas. Izuku demanded to know what part of their fight Stain did not understand. Izuku struggled, feeling an overwhelming need to protect her. He thought about how he wouldn't allow anyone to harm her. Stain, filled with fury, expressed his frustration. He had already been thwarted from killing one hero and then another, and now he was faced with this girl. He applied more force as he fought. Melissa was surprised to realize that the person she had initially attacked was not a threat to Ida. Izuku caught her attention after gaining a bit of space. He instructed her to take Ida away and give him a good hit to make him reconsider his actions, urging her to leave. He was confident that Melissa wouldn't recognize him by his voice, as the only similarity to his civilian self were his freckles. When he noticed her hesitation, he insisted that she leave. He then charged at Stain. Melissa, feeling uncertain about her decision, grabbed Ida, who was still protesting and shouting about avenging his brother. She promised to return for the hero. Stain questioned who the girl was, noting that Izuku had hesitated to throw his knives at her and had intervened when she was in danger. Izuku replied honestly that he barely knew her and had no idea why he couldn't throw the knives. He stated that it didn't make sense for her to die, especially since Stain, who targeted corrupt heroes, had no reason to harm her. He jumped back, calling Stain arrogant for believing that being a hero was solely about the title. He pointed out Native, questioning how Stain could know if he was only after fame, money, or admiration. Stain began to respond about corrupt heroes but was interrupted by a knife that whizzed past him. Izuku, with seriousness, stated that he wasn't interested in hearing Stain's life experiences and urged him not to generalize. Stain asked about the boy who had taken the girl, pointing out that he wanted revenge and had shouted that he would kill Stain himself. He questioned whether that boy deserved to live. Izuku considered the moment for a few seconds before answering that, no, he didn't deserve to live based on that alone. However, he argued that if one looked at the bigger picture, considering the boy's youth, he might change, or that his actions were merely a moment of rage. Stain, frustrated, sheathed his katanas, stating that it made no sense to fight to the death with someone like Izuku. He turned to leave, while Izuku simply watched the bewildered hero. Izuku advised him to be grateful and to strive to be a good hero before departing himself. He thought about how it was fine to let Stain go, as the chaos seemed to have ended, unsure if it was Tamura who had caused it or if a top hero had appeared to resolve the situation. He climbed onto a building, reflecting on how he had successfully completed his mission to stop the hero killer. Meanwhile, a small group of heroes, along with Melissa, Todoroki, and Ida, arrived shortly after Izuku left. They found Native lying on the ground, ready to recount what had transpired. Not long after, Izuku was seen sitting comfortably in his chair, sipping coffee with his eyes closed, allowing life to flow around him. Kurogiri was at the bar, cleaning glasses, while Tamura sat nearby, grumbling and muttering complaints. The albino's behavior stemmed from the fact that the spectacle he had orchestrated, which cost him 3 nomis at the hands of hero number 2, Endeavor, had been overshadowed by Stain and Izuku. The interaction between them had spread like wildfire, causing a seismic impact on society, as revealed by Native. What had happened in Hosu nearly a month ago was still a hot topic, with discussions about Stain's goals and social critique, alongside Izuku's analogies, making Stain and Rabbit one of the most talked about subjects in news and blogs. This situation only fueled Tamura's anger toward Stain and, indirectly, toward Izuku. Back in the scene, the door opened to reveal 3 figures led by an adult with white hair, a suit, a smirk, and a cigarette. Behind him was a girl with messy blonde hair and slit pupils, dressed in a school uniform, accompanied by a young man with black hair, visible burn marks, blue eyes, and a worn black trench coat. The man greeted Kurogyari and Tamura warmly, acknowledging Izuku as Rabbit, with a teasing tone. Kurogyari noted that Jiren had finally brought more potential recruits after a long time, glancing at the 2 individuals behind him. Jiren explained that their recent impact on the news was due to the interaction between Izuku and Stain, which led to the assumption that Stain was associated with their organization, likely attracting even more attention. He introduced the girl as Himiko Toga, a moderately known serial killer, and the young man as Dabi, who had not yet made a name for himself but shared Stain's vision. Tamura, frustrated, complained about the constant references to Stain, expressing his displeasure as he slowly stood up, stating that he wasn't feeling well. Izuku watched as chaos erupted around him, with 2 newly introduced individuals ready to clash. However, Kurogyari and Izuku were quicker, with Kurogyari creating portals to deflect their attacks while Izuku positioned himself behind the 2 young men, holding knives close to their throats, prepared to intervene if they made a move. Kurogyari leaned in closer to Shigaraki, whispering a suggestion about using the situation to his advantage. After a moment of silence, Shigaraki stepped back, and Izuku sheathed the knives, returning to a more relaxed stance. Shigaraki, visibly annoyed, decided to take a walk, brushing past the others. Toga, filled with excitement, asked if this meant they were accepted into the group. Shigaraki snapped at her, frustrated, before grabbing a hoodie and leaving the area. Izuku informed Kurogyari that he would keep an eye on Shigaraki before heading out himself, donning red contact lenses and a hood. As Izuku followed closely behind Shigaraki, he made no effort to hide his intentions. He understood that Shigaraki would recognize the reason for his vigilance, as even he could acknowledge the impulsiveness that needed to be controlled from time to time. Izuku kept his focus on Shigaraki, even as he found it odd that he was heading to a shopping center over an hour away from the bar. Then the unexpected happened. Izuku spotted Melissa among the crowd, surprised to see her with a group of classmates, including Tenya. He hoped that Tenya had learned his lesson after their last encounter. When Izuku turned his attention back to Shigaraki, he realized he had lost sight of him. Panic set in as he searched for Melissa, only to find her separated from her friends. Shigaraki, noticing her vulnerability, began to approach her. Fearing the worst, Izuku rushed to intervene, navigating through the crowd with determination. He quickly descended a railing, leaping over food stalls and pushing past people until he tackled Shigaraki into a small alley between 2 shops, successfully diverting him from Melissa's path. She turned at the noise but, seeing nothing amiss, continued on her way. Izuku, breathless, confronted Shigaraki, questioning his reckless behavior. Shigaraki, irritated, responded with anger, rising from the ground. Izuku explained that he was trying to prevent Shigaraki from being captured, reminding him of his newfound notoriety. Shigaraki retorted, insisting he wouldn't be caught and that he would threaten Melissa to ensure her silence. Izuku quickly countered, warning that such actions would lead to his capture and imprisonment, with no one able to rescue him from a high-security facility. Shigaraki, frustrated, turned to walk away. Recognizing his annoyance, Izuku decided not to pursue him further, instead keeping a watchful eye on Melissa from a distance until she reunited with a friend. 2 hours later, Izuku found himself in Kamino, navigating through alleyways to reach the bar of the League. He had taken longer than expected to leave the shopping center, having observed Melissa for a while longer after she rejoined Uraraka. He felt frustrated with himself for being distracted, knowing he couldn't afford such lapses in focus. Upon entering the bar, he was surprised to find not just the two strange individuals Kurogyari had brought earlier, but also two more, one of whom he recognized as a notorious villain. Izuku noted the imposing figure of Muscular, a towering blonde man, and felt a mix of amusement and concern at the caliber of villains gathering. Kurogyari approached him, mentioning that Shigaraki had arrived almost an hour earlier and that he would introduce the new recruits. Izuku acknowledged Muscular, expressing his surprise at seeing such a powerful and ruthless individual in their midst. Muscular approached him, seemingly intrigued by his boldness. Izuku then pointed to the other newcomer at the bar, dismissing him with disdain, feeling no desire to engage. The atmosphere in the bar shifted as a voice called out, asking if Izuku was Rabbit. Izuku expressed his irritation, stating that he had no interest in Stain, the arrogant hero killer who justified his actions with excuses. He was tired of hearing about Stain's aspirations and chose to sit next to Dabi on the couch. Kurogyari, observing Izuku's behavior, mentioned that the person he was referring to was Spinner. He advised Izuku not to get too comfortable, as he would need to speak with Sensei when Tamura returned. Izuku felt a bit strange but brushed it off, trying to relax. Spinner's mention of the hero killer reminded him of the discussions he had endured throughout the month, where he was often associated with Stain. He was growing weary of the comparisons. Minutes later, after nearly 10 minutes, Tamura was brought into the room through a portal created by Kurogyari, which would remain open for Izuku. Izuku stood up from the couch after finishing a conversation with Dabi, who appeared relatively normal despite his burn scars held together by staples. Tamura entered the room where All for One always awaited. All for One greeted Izuku with a smile, inviting him to sit down as they needed to discuss something important. Izuku approached and took a seat in front of him, curious about the conversation. All for One explained that Izuku was the only one who would know about the matter, as he believed Izuku was the most suitable person to understand it. Izuku wondered why he was the only one chosen for this information. All for One elaborated that Tamura's impulsiveness could lead him to directly confront the person they were discussing, and Kurogyari was not good at keeping secrets when Shigaraki asked questions. Izuku understood the reasoning but was eager to know what the subject was. All for One revealed that he had analyzed the recent sports festival and Izuku's performance and had come to a conclusion. He pointed to a photo of Melissa, stating that she was the one who inherited One for All. Izuku was taken aback for several reasons, particularly questioning why it had to be her out of the billions of people in the world. He mentally chastised himself, realizing that the descriptions All for One had given him about that power were nearly identical to Melissa's, and yet he had not connected the dots. Flashback: 8 months earlier, Izuku found himself in a similar situation, sitting across from All for One in his own room. The villain wore a large mask with several tubes. Izuku asked about One for All, confused. All for One explained that it was the power he had passed to his younger brother over a century ago, a power that had been inherited through generations, growing stronger until its 8th bearer was able to defeat him. Izuku was impressed, realizing that All Might had once been quirkless, just like him, but had been fortunate enough to be born in a time when the majority of the population had quirks. He felt a surge of anger at the thought that someone so extraordinary had gained everything simply because it was given to him. All for One noted that it was time to choose a successor and began to explain how the power manifested. In the present, Izuku understood that capturing Melissa was crucial for recovering that power and securing Tamura's future. All for One confirmed this, instructing Izuku to prioritize capturing her during the next attack. Izuku acknowledged the order, standing up and bowing respectfully before waiting for Kurogyari to take him back. Chapter End. The story and characters of My Hero Academia do not belong to me, but to their respective creator. It had been less than a week since Izuku's conversation with All for One when Tamura summoned him and the Vanguard Action Squad, led by Dabi and composed of all the new members of the League. The purpose was to inform them about the upcoming attack on UA, set to occur in 2 days, targeting classes 1A and 1B, who were currently on a camping trip in a remote location with only 6 heroes present. Along with this, Tamura provided a list of capture targets and another for elimination, though the first list contained only 2 names. Izuku, sitting at the bar, questioned Tamura's intentions regarding Bakugo, expressing his seriousness. Tamura confidently stated that he would bring Bakugo before him and convince him to join their cause, believing the boy had great potential to become a villain. Izuku, taken aback, sharply asked what made Tamura think that. Tamura explained that Bakugo's history, behavior, personality, and most importantly, his power could not be fully realized as a hero. To everyone's surprise, Izuku stood up and walked directly toward Tamura, his demeanor intimidating, a stark contrast to his usual calmness. He confronted Tamura, expressing his frustration about Bakugo's obsession with victory and the invincible image of All Might. Tamura acknowledged Izuku's hatred but maintained his belief in Bakugo's potential, prompting Izuku to storm off to his room, needing to release his pent-up emotions by hitting the wall. 2 days later, at the camp, the Vanguard Action Squad stood on a mountain. The group included Muscular, Dabi, Twice, Toga, Moonfish, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Magna, Mustard, and Izuku, accompanied by an armed Nomu. They had waited for nightfall to act, and now it was time to pair up for increased effectiveness. Izuku found himself partnered with Muscular, who wore a mask and a large hooded cloak to conceal his identity. Their mission was to reach a mountain that overlooked the entire valley, identify the location of the camp, and attack. If none of the targets were present, they were to return via the main path, eliminating anyone they encountered. This made Izuku and Muscular the most suitable duo for the task. As they walked in silence, Muscular spoke about various topics that Izuku mostly ignored until Muscular asked how he planned to neutralize the targets. Izuku revealed that he had brought chains and anti-quirk HNDCFFS, ensuring that even if they didn't incapacitate their targets, they wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Muscular, intrigued, questioned why Izuku was so prepared, suggesting that the thrill of uncertainty in battle was part of the experience. Izuku dismissed the notion, stating he sought to execute their plans as efficiently as possible. Upon reaching their objective, they noticed a boy turning slowly at the sound of their footsteps, his expression one of fear. He took a step back, asking who they were. Izuku attempted to reassure him, but Muscular pushed past him, positioning himself between the boy and Izuku, and made a menacing comment about the boy's cap. Just as Muscular reached for the boy, Izuku intervened, gripping Muscular's wrist. With surprising strength, Muscular, annoyed, questioned Izuku's actions, but Izuku insisted that Muscular focus on the mission while he spoke to the boy. The tension in the air was palpable, with the boy glancing nervously between them, feeling more distrust toward Izuku. To Izuku's surprise, Muscular begrudgingly complied. Izuku knelt before the boy, promising they meant no harm and asking where the students and heroes were. The boy, trembling, informed him that most were in the forest. Izuku's mind raced as he processed this information, realizing it complicated their objective but also made his own plan easier. He intended to subtly sabotage the operation, not wanting to encounter Katsuki again, and he felt conflicted about Melissa, who posed a significant threat to Tamura's future but was too kind to be handed over. Izuku's plan was to incapacitate Muscular and allow himself to be captured, then find a hero or student to inform them of the mission before escaping and claiming that Muscular had disregarded the mission and attempted to harm a target, forcing him to fight. Muscular interrupted his thoughts, reminding him that the camp was only about 5 minutes away if they hurried. Izuku paused, asking the boy for his name, to which he timidly replied, Kota. Izuku shared Kota's information about the students being scattered in the forest, noting that those on the outskirts might have encountered Moonfish or Toga, while those in the center could have run into Spinner and Magna. As he approached Kota, he discreetly retrieved a knife, hidden beneath his cloak, unnoticed by Muscular. Muscular speculated that the boy with smoke powers must have incapacitated those between the outer and inner groups, deciding that he would handle the interior while Izuku took care of the exterior. With a sadistic smile, Izuku removed his mask, ready to leap into action. He approached, one hand searching for something while the other concealed a knife. He extended his hand, signaling that he would pass something to Muscular, who, dismissively, merely reached out while looking away, not paying attention to the boy. Muscular let out a roar of pain, clutching his arm. Izuku had swiftly grabbed his arm, extending it before breaking it at the elbow and driving the knife beneath his armpit, completely incapacitating the limb. But he wasn't finished. He seized the opportunity and repeated the process with Muscular's other arm. Furious, Muscular demanded to know what Izuku thought he was doing, his body swelling with muscle fibers in his torso and legs. Before he could receive an answer, he charged at Izuku with great speed. Izuku managed to dodge and retreat. He thought to himself that the most dangerous aspect of Muscular was his arms, and now it was easier to evade him due to his lack of precision caused by pain, anger, and instability. He dodged another attack, knowing he couldn't let Muscular reach him, as a direct kick could take him out of the fight. For a little over a minute, they continued this way, with Izuku dodging and throwing knives at the thinner muscle fibers, causing minor damage. However, blue lightning flickered in his field of vision, causing him to lose focus. He glanced at Melissa, who had landed next to Kota, and realized he needed to pay attention again just as Muscular's kick nearly struck him in the torso. Izuku barely managed to lessen the impact by attempting to block with his left arm, but it wasn't enough to prevent him from being sent flying into some rocks, crashing into a giant one and breaking his left arm along with several ribs in the process, not to mention the external and internal injuries he sustained. He thought to himself that this couldn't keep happening. After taking a punch, losing sight of Tamura, and now receiving the hit of his life, he was frustrated. As he emerged from the rubble, he spotted Melissa, who was dodging Muscular's attacks while trying to counterattack, though unsuccessfully, yet managing to avoid being hit. When Muscular paused for a moment, Izuku seized the opportunity. He appeared behind him and, using the anti-quirk chain, he wrapped it around Muscular's neck, applying pressure with his legs. Muscular struggled fiercely, but it was futile. The effect of the chains and the lack of oxygen quickly took their toll. Within about a minute, his muscle fibers faded, and he fell unconscious shortly after. Melissa looked at Izuku, who was struggling to stand, and asked who he was and why, if he was a villain, he was preventing his companions from harming them. Izuku replied that the reason he saved them from Stain was that he detested him. Now, he was acting because he wanted to, because he could, and because he hoped she wouldn't tell anyone about it, locking eyes with her. Melissa acknowledged that while that might be true, he was still a villain who had broken the law, and it was her duty to uphold it. Izuku interrupted her, stating that just because something breaks the law doesn't make it bad. He reminded her that when she used her quirk against Stain, there wasn't a hero authorized to allow her to do so, yet she saved someone. Was that wrong? Melissa admitted it wasn't wrong but felt conflicted. She reflected on her teacher's words from weeks ago, that not all villains are bad and not all heroes are good. Izuku expressed hope that she would resolve her doubts one day and advised her to stay away from villains. He also warned her to inform the professionals that she and Katsuki were targets, revealing that Muscular had been relishing the situation. With that, Izuku leaped away, navigating the rocks with confidence, trusting that Melissa would heed his advice. It had been several minutes since Izuku had defeated Muscular, and he was now on his way to the meeting point. Fortunately, he felt no pain from his internal or external wounds, thanks to the remarkable serum that had saved him from considerable discomfort. As he approached the designated area, he mentally rehearsed what he would say about Muscular before reaching Dabi and Twice, who were waiting. Upon arrival, he encountered Dabi, Twice, and Toga. Toga's eyes widened at the sight of Izuku, blood dripping from various parts of him. She instinctively placed a hand on one of her knives, a noticeable blush creeping onto her face. Izuku, sensing her intention, felt a surge of determination. He warned her not to even think about it, mentally preparing himself to defend against her if necessary. Toga, undeterred, teased him about being boring and expressed her disappointment that he wasn't. More understanding. Izuku, annoyed, reminded her not to call him that and took a seat on a nearby rock. Dabi, observing the direction from which Izuku had come, inquired about Muscular's whereabouts. Izuku explained that he had to neutralize Muscular and leave him behind, feeling the weight of his injuries as he awaited their reactions. Twice, embodying his usual duality, exclaimed his admiration for Izuku's actions, while also questioning why he had done it. Izuku explained that Muscular, driven by the urge to attack, had confronted him, and he had no choice but to act. He pointed out that the girl Muscular had targeted had escaped during their fight, and he needed to return quickly to avoid drawing professional attention. Dabi, showing his annoyance, remarked on the predicament but reassured everyone that as long as Compress brought back at least one of the two, it would suffice for their plans. He then whistled, signaling for action. Curious, Izuku asked if Dabi had called for the Nomu. Dabi confirmed that Kurogiri would arrive shortly, and it was time for him to return. Just then, a loud crash echoed from behind Dabi, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As it settled, Mr. Compress emerged, holding 3 students Todoroki, Melissa, and Shoji who had him pinned down. Izuku, taken aback, thought to himself in disbelief. Dabi quickly instructed Compress to dodge as he unleashed a powerful flame, separating the students. Izuku seized the moment to rush toward Melissa, who seemed hesitant about how to approach the situation. He wanted to ensure that neither Toga nor Twice would harm her. With remarkable speed, Izuku charged at Melissa, dodging a kick aimed at him. He managed to land a front kick to her abdomen, followed by a side kick to her back, sending her stumbling a few meters away. However, she quickly regained her footing, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone froze when Shoji revealed 2 glowing orbs that appeared to be Bakugo and Tokoyami, transformed by Compress. Both Melissa and the bicolor-haired student rushed toward him to escape. Dabi ordered Izuku, Toga, and Twice to pursue them as he prepared to follow. Izuku, however, insisted that it wasn't necessary just as the Nomu emerged from the trees. The students attempted to flee in another direction, but Kurogiri appeared directly in their path, blocking their escape. Compress, with a knowing smirk, declared that a magician reveals something only to conceal something else. He snapped his fingers, causing the blue orbs to decompress, revealing fragments of ice. He removed his mask, revealing Bakugo and Tokoyami compressed on his tongue. With at least one target captured, they had achieved their primary objective, to strike a blow to the hero's pride by kidnapping a student. Just as they were about to escape through Kurogiri's portal, a blue lightning bolt shot between Izuku and Dabi, grazing Compress's face and causing him to drop the orbs. The students seized the opportunity to grab them, with Melissa managing to secure one. Unfortunately, Shoji and Todoroki were unable to catch the other, which Dabi snatched up first. Compress decompressed the orb as he retreated, confirming that they had indeed captured Bakugo, who returned to normal as he was pulled through the portal. He looked back at his friends, who rushed forward to help but were thwarted as Kurogiri closed the portal just before they could reach him. In the League's bar, the group that had gone to the camp reflected on their losses. They had lost Muscular, Mustard, and Moonfish but had successfully kidnapped Bakugo, while Toga had collected blood from one of Class A's students for future use. Tamura observed Izuku with a hint of annoyance, reminding him that their leader might be displeased with him. Izuku feigned irritation, placing the blame on Muscular and Tamura's judgment in accepting anyone without considering their ability to follow simple orders. Tamura expressed his frustration at losing someone as powerful as Muscular, while Dabi downplayed the situation, explaining that Muscular had been overly motivated by the girl's power and had attempted to kill her, forcing Izuku to intervene. Tamura, intrigued, questioned how Izuku had managed to defeat Muscular in a one-on-one confrontation. Izuku felt the pain of his internal injuries returning slowly as he reflected on the recent battle. He acknowledged that while it wasn't easy, intelligence and skill could sometimes overcome overwhelming strength. With that thought, he decided to leave, needing to tend to his wounds. He hurried toward a small room equipped with medical supplies. 2 days later, Izuku sat at the bar, watching the news while ignoring Bakugo's muffled shouts. Bakugo had been captured and rendered unconscious due to a side effect of Compress's quirk. He had awakened hours later, restrained by anti-quirk chains and a muzzle that prevented him from speaking. Since Izuku had gone to the infirmary and rested, he had only just appeared at the bar, causing Bakugo to stare at him and attempt to shout, completely disregarding Tamura's attempts to convince him to embrace villainy. Izuku, however, ignored Bakugo, having not even glanced his way all day. He only spoke with Kurogiri, Dabi, or Tamura, focused on the television and reading, occasionally disappearing to practice with the chains, mainly to relieve his frustration. Inside, Izuku struggled to resist the urge to confront Bakugo. He also avoided reacting to Tamura whenever he tried to persuade Katsuki, as much as he considered Tamura his hero. Sometimes, he could be infuriating, and this was one of those times. To distract himself, he focused on the news, which was centered on discrediting UA. An interview was organized with the teachers from classes A and B, along with Principal Nizu, who would address the ongoing crisis. Izuku was curious to see how one of the smartest beings on the planet would handle the situation. Toga playfully called out to him, asking why Bakugo kept staring at him like that. This drew everyone's attention to Izuku, curious about his response. He turned to Bakugo, meeting his gaze, and coldly remarked that he had broken several of Bakugo's bones during the invasion of UA and had humiliated him with ease. Tamura, acting like a curious child, removed Bakugo's muzzle to see how they would react when they could speak. Bakugo, filled with rage, shouted that if he were released, he would break Izuku's arms and legs. Izuku responded with a threatening tone, unusual for him, stating that Bakugo hadn't been able to do so in an open space, even with his costume and all its advantages. He warned that he wouldn't hesitate to disfigure Bakugo's face and break his bones again. Bakugo, undeterred, shouted back, insisting that Izuku had once been at his mercy and that it was nothing compared to what he would do now. In a flash, Izuku moved with incredible speed, delivering a punch to Bakugo's stomach, causing him to double over, gasping for air. Izuku leaned in closer, grabbing Bakugo by the hair to lift his head, and warned him that even if he were released, the outcome would be the same. He called Bakugo nothing more than a loudmouth with nothing to back it up. He then pulled out a knife, holding it dangerously close to Bakugo's eye, demanding that he remain silent and never speak to him that way again. Bakugo was left in shock, unable to respond, even after Izuku released him and stepped back. He wasn't the only one affected. Everyone present had witnessed Izuku's aggressive and threatening demeanor before, but never to such a serious extent that even Tamura was unsure if it was a genuine threat or if Izuku would actually harm him. The atmosphere returned to its previous state, with villains milling about, Kurogiri doing his usual routine, and Izuku watching as the press conference organized by UA began. Bakugo remained silent, but this time it was due to shock and humiliation. None of them were aware of the events unfolding outside the building. Chapter End. Neither the story nor the characters of My Hero Academia belong to me, they belong to their respective creator. Izuku was filled with questions, contemplating what it meant to aspire to be the best and whether it was merely a matter of self-control. These were the phrases Eraser had used to defend Katsuki against the media's judgment regarding his potential to become a villain. However, Izuku had a simpler answer, one that had been an absolute truth until recently. Bakugo was obsessed with the invincible figure that All Might represented, which meant he would never become a villain. Yet, Izuku was unaware of how much Bakugo had matured and how he now understood what it truly meant to be a hero. As Izuku remained focused on the television, Tamura was trying to convince Katsuki, who sat in silence, still without a muzzle. That was until Shigaraki's genius decided to free him from all his chains, only to receive an explosion to the face as soon as Bakugo's arms were released. Bakugo was fed up and shouted in frustration, taking a defensive stance. Surprisingly, Tamura did not get angry. Instead, he ordered everyone to remain still while he slowly took his hand from his face, which had been affected by the explosion. He then called out for his mentor, seeking advice, just as a sinister laugh echoed from a television behind them. Izuku realized they had been watched all along, recalling how All for One had not contacted them since the camp. All for One expressed pride in Shigaraki's apparent growth, but Bakugo, feeling disappointed, challenged him, declaring he would not join their cause unless they showed respect. Tamura dismissed Bakugo's defiance, insisting he would eventually join them once he broadened his perspective. He ordered Compress to restrain Bakugo again, while he settled back to take a drink. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted the tension. A DLVOI person announced their arrival, claiming to be from Pizzala, leaving everyone momentarily confused about the situation. The voice of the planet's most intelligent being resonated in Izuku's mind, reminding him of their collaboration with the police and various heroes to locate the League of Villains. As the realization hit him, he felt time slow down, understanding that the press conference had been a distraction. He quickly stood up, knocking over his chair, and shouted a warning as All Might burst through the back wall, sending Twice and Spinner flying across the room. Tamura ordered Kurogyari to get them out, but before he could react, Kamui Woods entered, immobilizing most of the League with his special technique. Dabi attempted to break free with flames but was swiftly knocked out by the veteran hero, Gran Torino. Izuku dodged a few branches, but one finally caught him, marking his end. All Might stood tall, proud of the promising rookie and the swift veteran, declaring that the villains had nowhere to run because they were there. The villains began to panic, with Twice exhibiting his usual duality and others trying to escape. The door swung open to reveal a group of special forces and Edgeshot, the number 4 hero. Edgeshot, with irony, remarked that they were not the only ones from Pizzola, mentioning the skilled heroes outside, including Endeavor. Izuku thought about how this could be a checkmate, but he remembered that All for One was still watching the situation closely. All Might approached Bakugo protectively, acknowledging the fear he must have felt, but Bakugo insisted he had felt no fear at all. Tamura called for Kurogyari again, but received no response. Kurogyari nervously admitted that the Nomus were not where they should be. All Might pointed out that Tamura had underestimated them, both the police and their fury, declaring that it was over for the League of Villains. Gran Torino began listing the identities of the League members, including Izuku, who received a sidelong glance from him. Tamura defiantly questioned if this was the end, but his shout was cut short as Kurogyari collapsed, a red thread forming the head of Edgeshot. This startled Magna, who feared Kurogyari had been killed. Izuku reassured everyone that it was just Foldabody, who had rendered Kurogyari unconscious by entering his body. Edgeshot acknowledged that Kurogyari had been the most troublesome. All Might then demanded to know where Tamura's master was, speaking in a threatening tone. Tamura, in disbelief, expressed his dissatisfaction and, in a fit of rage, shouted that he hated them. Suddenly, gray sludge began to seep into the area, from which Nomus emerged, simultaneously trapping the League members. Tamura called out for his mentor, signaling the chaos that was about to unfold. At that moment, in the Nomu warehouse, the members of the League began to appear from the gray sludge, including Bakugo, who had also been engulfed. They emerged in what looked like a wasteland of destruction, surrounded by debris, with someone standing in the center. Izuku coughed from the sludge and thought to himself that he had known they would be brought out, though he hadn't expected it to happen this. Noting that he seemed busy with the boy and inquired if the woman was Izuku's mother. Tsukachi confirmed this, explaining that they had requested her help to persuade Izuku to cooperate, but since their greeting, neither had spoken. Nizu then instructed Tsukachi to take Tashinori to another room with Inko while he stayed with the boy. Tsukachi agreed, turning to All Might, suggesting they might learn more through Inko. All Might nodded, albeit somewhat distracted. The detective then led Inko out of the room, leaving Nizu to enter shortly after. Nizu introduced himself to Izuku, expressing pleasure in meeting him. Izuku acknowledged the director of UA and the world's most intelligent being was there to see him, showing interest in the visit. Nizu noted that he had been informed of Izuku's refusal to speak about himself or the League and asked why. Izuku replied curtly that he had already given his reason. His loyalty was to Tamura, and he would not say anything that could harm him. Nizu acknowledged the response but expressed interest in the reason behind such loyalty. Izuku explained that Tamura had extended a hand and offered him a life, so he felt it was the least he could give in return. Nizu then inquired if Izuku's mother knew about his allegiance to villainy. Izuku asserted that she did not. She had always been distant, avoiding involvement in his life, not because he was quirkless, but simply because of his existence. Nizu murmured to himself, contemplating that it was not due to being quirkless. He then asked if Izuku had known Bakugo before becoming a villain. Izuku confirmed this, suggesting that Bakugo had likely not mentioned him after the incident at USJ, possibly out of denial. Nizu pressed for details about Izuku's actions during their confrontation, his tone shifting from curiosity to mild annoyance. Izuku explained their long history, noting that they had been best friends until he was diagnosed as quirkless at age 4, after which Bakugo became his personal bully. He described Bakugo as an egotistical individual praised for his strong quirk, leading to a series of escalating bullying incidents that culminated in group beatings and burns. Nizu reflected on Bakugo's behavior, acknowledging that it was not surprising given his personality. He expressed a desire for more specifics regarding Bakugo's actions, to which Izuku responded that such behavior had prompted Tamura to consider turning Bakugo into a villain. A significant mark adorned his shoulder, a gift from someone important. Nizu's aura felt somewhat ominous as he prepared to have a serious conversation with Katsuki. If Katsuki wanted to be a hero, he needed to address the kind of past he had. Nizu shifted the topic, attempting to move past the discomfort. He asked what Izuku expected to happen moving forward. Izuku responded without hesitation, expressing his intention to take responsibility for his actions and accept the consequences. Nizu inquired if Izuku understood that this could mean going to jail at just 16. Izuku firmly stated that everything he had done was for Tamura and his future, so he wouldn't mind facing jail time for it. Nizu, with a teasing smile, pointed out that Izuku had saved Ms. Shield twice, young Ito once, and had also prevented Muscular from harming little Koda. He asked if those actions were also for Tamura's sake. Izuku fell silent, unable to respond immediately, his gaze locked with Nizu's. After a moment, he asked who else knew about his actions, sounding annoyed. Nizu reassured him that only a few teachers and he were aware, as All Might had mentioned it to him. He added that trusting All Might to keep it a secret might not have been the best idea. Izuku admitted he had acted impulsively after defeating Muscular and had not thought things through. Tashinori entered the room, reminding Izuku that everyone makes mistakes, it's part of being human. Izuku remained silent, locking eyes with Tashinori for a few seconds. He then expressed his pleasure in meeting All Might, though he felt a chill run down both Nizu's and Tashinori's spines. He mentioned he would prefer to call him One for All, though he no longer had that title. This revelation left both adults stunned. It was unusual for anyone to know that, and it raised questions about how Izuku had come to learn it. Tashinori, trying to mask his nervousness, asked if Melissa had been a target because they were aware of their connection. Izuku reassured him that only he and All for One knew the truth, explaining that Melissa had been targeted, but he had not shared that information with anyone else. Nizu questioned why Tamura would trust Izuku with that information instead of someone else in the league. Izuku explained that Tamura would have killed her, and he was the most capable of handling the situation. Tashinori, feeling relieved, expressed confusion over Izuku's loyalty to Tamura, especially since Melissa would be someone Tamura despised in the future. Izuku acknowledged the contradiction but insisted he simply did not want to harm her, closing the topic to avoid further discussion. He then asked when the attempts to interrogate him would end and when he would be taken to jail. Tsukachi entered the room, stating it wouldn't happen for a couple of days. He expressed disappointment that Izuku's mother hadn't encouraged him to cooperate more, to which Izuku replied with irony about their strained relationship, suggesting they were more like strangers than mother and son. Tsukachi, feeling defeated, asked what Izuku had expected from life and, more importantly, what he hoped for now. Izuku replied that he would support Tamura in whatever he chose, even if it meant ending everything or killing every human. He stated that he was ready for whatever would come next, whether it was death or imprisonment. After making his point, he closed his eyes and crossed his arms, signaling that he wouldn't speak further. The three men understood this and decided not to waste time trying to engage him, opting to leave instead. Nizu smiled at Izuku, saying it was a pleasure to meet him and that they would see each other sooner than he might like, before exiting the room. Izuku was left alone, reflecting on everything that had transpired. In life, moments arise when one cannot decide their path and must rely on the choices of others, willingly or not. Joining the League and everything he did for Shigaraki were his choices. Since he took the hand of the albino, he had done as he pleased, but that did not prevent him from reaching a point where his will no longer mattered. Izuku repeatedly questioned why he was there, finding himself in a room that resembled a normal one. He had his clothes and some belongings from his previous life, but the difference was stark. One place had been a sanctuary for him, while now he was in the cradle of Japan's greatest heroes, the UA Academy. Our protagonist was among those trying to decide who was the most capricious person he had ever met in his life. One thing was clear to him: the only reason he was there was because of the most intelligent being in the world. Flashback 12 hours earlier. It was morning and the sun peeked through. Izuku knew this because he began to hear more movement around him. He had been in the same room for 2 days, only leaving to be taken to the bathroom, and no sunlight entered the space. This didn't matter much, as since the Kamino raid, he had only managed to sleep for a few minutes every few hours. Then, something disturbed the tranquility of our protagonist. The door to the room opened, revealing Tsukachi and Nizu, who seemed even more cheerful than usual. Nizu greeted him joyfully, and Izuku, feeling tired and indifferent, acknowledged his presence. Nizu explained that he was there to take Izuku to the academy, smiling brightly. Izuku stared at the mouse for several seconds with a monotonous and firm gaze. He then burst into laughter, only to stop and look at Nizu again, questioning if he was serious. His laughter filled the room, energetic and loud. Tsukachi expressed his disapproval, noting that somehow Nizu had convinced his superiors that it was a good idea. Izuku, now serious, affirmed that it was indeed a terrible idea. He mentioned that while he wouldn't be a killer at that moment, he knew how to do it perfectly, and if he knew any of Nizu's students posed a threat to Tamura, he could eliminate them without hesitation. Nizu, in a teasing manner, pointed out that they both knew he wouldn't do that, or at least he hoped not. He referenced a student, Shield, who was a significant threat to Shigaraki's future. Not only had Izuku not harmed her, but he had also protected her. Izuku couldn't argue with that. His actions had marked him forever, leaving him with nothing to say. Nizu, seeing that Izuku had no intention of contradicting him, began to explain everything. Now with Izuku. At that moment, the green-haired boy didn't know what to think. He felt strange. His room was both cozy and uncomfortable. The situation wouldn't be so terrible if UA were merely a prison for him, but he would have to attend classes with the 1A students, including Bakugo. He wasn't worried about how annoying Bakugo would be. Rather, he was concerned about being among 20 students who would likely be on edge. This would be quite uncomfortable if he wanted to simply ignore them. However, he thought Melissa might be his saving grace, though she might feel insecure about how to interact with him, complicating things further. For now, he preferred to stop thinking about it, as the students would only arrive at the dormitories, created by the academy as a safety measure, in 2 days. He decided to take advantage of the time to catch up on sleep. As he settled into bed, he touched something around his neck, acknowledging how ridiculous it looked but appreciating that it ensured he wouldn't be watched all the time. He felt the tracker embedded in a shock collar around his neck, which could only be removed by Tsukachi. The next day. It was noon when Izuku finally opened his eyes after a refreshing 14 hours of sleep. He admired the beautiful sun shining through his window and decided to take a shower. Afterward, he planned to explore the academy before it filled with students the next day. As he made his way down from the last floor, he found the kitchen already stocked with food for the students to cook or eat. Being as prudent as ever, he limited himself to an apple, a banana, and an orange to stave off hunger while he explored the academy. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Shota Aizawa entering the kitchen, looking unusually formal and exhausted. Izuku greeted him, noticing his tired appearance. Aizawa informed him that the parents now knew he was there, and after a long explanation, most had agreed to it. The students would find out the next day. Izuku, curious, took another bite of his apple and asked if Aizawa also slept there. Aizawa walked briskly down the hallway, his demeanor as serious as ever. He mentioned that he preferred to be called Aizawa instead of Eraser, a detail that Izuku noted but didn't dwell on. Izuku shrugged off the formality, thinking it wouldn't be a problem to explore the place. Aizawa reminded him that he had a tracker and that there were cameras in his room to keep an eye on him, emphasizing that he couldn't do whatever he wanted. With that, Aizawa entered his room. As Izuku stepped out of the building, he made his way slowly toward the main area marked by a large H. He reflected on his teacher's words and the way he had been treated. He thought about how they would try to see him as a normal student. While munching on an orange, he resolved to maintain a respectful attitude, realizing that being rebellious wouldn't help him here. He smiled slightly, considering that if Nizu's innocence and idealism had brought him to this point, perhaps those same qualities could help him navigate his future. Izuku spent several hours exploring the campus, identifying classrooms, dormitories, and training facilities. He eventually found a small forest near the dorms, which had a few benches and tables. However, he preferred to settle in a more secluded spot on the grass. In this serene moment, he appreciated the beautiful weather, with a gentle breeze rustling the trees that shielded him from the sun. It was a rare day of calm for him, as he had overcome the initial anger of being at UA and was now simply enjoying the silence, letting go of thoughts about the past and future. Meanwhile, Aizawa was busy in his room, organizing the dorm assignments and preparing for classes to fill the gaps left by the camp. He occasionally glanced at the screens tracking Izuku, who was visible most of the time except in his room and the common bathrooms. Aizawa observed Izuku lying just a few meters from a camera in the forest. The boy appeared so calm that, at first glance, Aizawa wouldn't have guessed he was a villain who had cooperated with a psychopath, someone considered the symbol of evil. To Aizawa, he looked like just an ordinary. Later, Izuku was jolted awake by the noise of his classmates from Class 1A gathering at the entrance of the dorms, eagerly waiting for Aizawa to clarify everything. Their energetic interactions shattered the tranquility he had enjoyed the day before. Minutes later, Aizawa arrived and began reprimanding his students for their excitement, reminding them that most of them knew about the group that had gone to Kamino. He explained the rules regarding the dorms and how they were assigned. Finally, he addressed the topic of Izuku, mentioning that he had spoken with the parents but requested they not discuss it with their children. The students reacted with a mix of anger, insecurity, indignation, indifference, and fear, all of which Izuku observed as he quietly slipped into the kitchen to grab some food. He knew that once everyone returned to their rooms, it would be difficult to find a moment of peace. Hours later, Izuku spent the day in his room, silently reading notes on various quirks that Nizu had allowed him to keep. He remained quiet, occasionally hearing conversations from outside and the sounds of his neighbors organizing their belongings. To his left, Kirishima was struggling with weights and a punching bag that had fallen a couple of times. Izuku felt a mix of boredom and frustration, a familiar emotion lately. His irritation stemmed not from being there but from the knowledge that Bakugo was just a few floors below him. He sensed that Bakugo likely harbored a lot of resentment, a foolish grudge that masked the insecurities of a teenager who had always had everything handed to him. He was still angry with Katsuki, which is why he was bothering him even though he hadn't seen him since Kamino, when he was still with Tamura. He was also concerned about how Tamura and Kurogyari were managing. He was sure Kurogyari would know what to do in these circumstances. Besides, they weren't alone. They had the others who would be quite helpful for hiding in general. However, all these thoughts faded as an annoying noise approached. It was the voices of a large group of students, first heard in the room to his left and then in the room to his right. Eventually, they fell silent, replaced by murmurs, irritating and insidious whispers that grew louder and more evident, clearly directed at him. He could no longer hold back when an extremely bothersome voice began to say ridiculous things about him. If he had a knife, he would have used it to silence the speaker, but he didn't, so he decided to step out with the calmest attitude possible. He stepped through the door, expressing that he didn't care about their miserable existence, and added that, for the most part, he didn't care about their lives in general, observing the group, which consisted of almost the entire class, minus a couple of members. At that moment, everyone fell silent, especially Mineta, who was frozen in place under the intense gaze Izuku directed at him when he realized the voice belonged to him. Melissa stepped forward, a bit uncertain, and explained that they were visiting the dorms and wanted to see his room as well. Melissa Shield, the girl who inherited One for All, was generally the opposite of Izuku. However, they shared similar beginnings as two quirkless children who dreamed of becoming heroes like their idol, All Might. From there, their paths diverged. She managed to achieve her dream and understood that she needed to reach for something attainable, thanks to the support of her father, David Shield, who became a role model for her and supported her unconditionally. It was then that her Uncle All Might, as she affectionately called him, appeared before her father and her to tell them that, as he had demonstrated throughout his life, she was worthy of possessing one for all. Initially, she knew nothing about it, and her father was somewhat in the same boat, as he knew his friend well but not his origins. When All Might, in his true form, explained everything to her, she took a few hours to think it over before agreeing. She knew that if he asked her, it was because he believed she could handle it, that she was worthy. Thus began her training. At that time, she was 14, preparing her body to use one for all without injuring herself. However, by the time the UA entrance exam arrived, she wasn't fully prepared, though she at least knew how to regulate the power to minimize damage, which proved useless during the sports festival, where she had to give it her all. It was after that event that she met a certain Izuku, who turned out to be the same Izuku she learned about after his capture. This revelation was shocking at first, as the kind boy who had helped her and with whom she had conversed was the same person capable of defeating Bakugo in a fair one-on-one match and who had helped her on 2 occasions, at least as far as she knew. That's why she had a curiosity about him and wanted to talk again. So when their teacher Aizawa informed them that he would now be with them in class and in the dorms, she began mentally preparing to converse with him properly. Izuku looked intently into the girl's eyes, noticing that she didn't back down. He thought it was fine, but there was nothing particularly interesting about his room. He stepped aside to let them pass, with Melissa and Tenya going first, followed timidly by the others. As he had said, there was nothing out of the ordinary, except for the enormous number of notebooks Izuku had, which he had been reading all day. Curious, Melissa picked one up and read the title, asking about its contents. Izuku explained that they were notes on quirk analysis, possible uses, suit improvements, and basic functions, totaling around 30 so far. He mentioned that the notes from the classes that participated in the first-year sports festival were among numbers 20 to 27. Melissa was surprised as she read through the notes, fascinated by the details he had on all the quirks. She was the only one engrossed in the notes while the others observed the interaction between the two. Just then, a third voice interrupted. Shoto asked where his notes might be. Izuku recalled that Shoto's notes were somewhere among the collection. Izuku was starting to feel irritated by the constant stares directed at him. However, he maintained his composure and noticed that the bicolor-haired student showed no real interest in whether he was a villain or not. He appreciated having one less person to worry about. He told the bicolor-haired student that if he wanted to take it, he would return it later. After receiving a nod, he addressed the others, telling them to leave as he didn't know what they expected to see there, but it seemed they hadn't found anything. His tone shifted back to a more threatening one. As the group began to exit, Melissa was the last to leave. She glanced back at Izuku, a look that he interpreted as a silent request to talk. He knew that if he was going to be around for a while, he would need to respond. But that was a topic for another time. Right now, he wanted to get some sleep before heading out in the early morning to eat and train. If he wanted to return in good condition to face Tamura, he needed to train as frequently as before, taking advantage of the academy's environment and the lack of external distractions to train even harder. Izuku had grown accustomed to sleeping little, especially since the arrival of the new students at the academy. It wasn't due to insomnia or overthinking. Rather, he felt uneasy with so many students around. It was nearly 6 in the morning, and he was in the common room of the dormitories, sitting in silence and watching the hours pass. After the other students had passed by his dorm and gone to bed, he decided to spend the night there. With the sun about to rise in an hour, he decided to prepare something to eat, anticipating that the more dedicated students would be waking up around that time. About 10 minutes later, as he finished making a good sandwich, he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. It was Melissa, dressed in her UA training gear and looking ready to head out. When she saw Izuku, she paused, and they exchanged a brief look. Izuku sighed and asked if she wanted to talk now, receiving a nod in response. He took his sandwich and walked out with her into the still dark morning, both moving at a slow pace. He asked her what intrigued her so much that she wanted to talk. Melissa assumed he knew everything about it and, feeling a bit shy, confirmed that her questions went beyond that. She needed to understand why he was considered a villain and what made him different from most others. Izuku explained that he was different because he was quirkless, and his life, personality, and experiences had always revolved around that fact. He compared himself to All for One, noting that not all villains were defined by their quirks. He emphasized that quirks do not define a person. Rather, one's life story shapes who they are and who they want to become. Melissa acknowledged his point but pressed for an answer to why he identified as a villain. Izuku responded that the people who extended a hand to him were villains, not heroes. He expressed his belief that the harsh reality, where worth is measured by ability rather than character, valued him more than the mediocre hero society that had lost its way. He cited Bakugo as an example, explaining how society's focus on quirks only inflated the ego of someone who was already proud. Melissa was left speechless, recognizing the truth in his words, a harsh and sad truth about society's priorities. She then asked if he had ever considered being something more, like a support hero or an engineer, something that would allow him to be a hero indirectly. This highlighted the significant difference in their lives. With the support of her father, Melissa was able to pursue her dreams, while Izuku had nothing to hold on to except that seemingly impossible dream. He admitted that he had never had a pillar to lean on, which drove him to pursue a dream that seemed unattainable. Yet, he realized that perhaps it wasn't impossible after all, as he could now easily defeat any average professional hero using just his skills and intelligence. Melissa quietly agreed, and a long silence followed. They spent the next few minutes in silence, with Izuku eating his sandwich, which marked the beginning of another conversation once he finished. He suddenly asked why she had been chosen as the successor. Melissa initially thought it was because he knew her, but over time, she realized he wasn't looking for someone with a powerful quirk or just good values. He was looking for a combination of small qualities that he apparently saw in her. She also mentioned that he had been quirkless, just like her. Izuku acknowledged that he had suspected as much, thinking about how she had never shown anything different. He assumed that the qualities she mentioned had been shaped by that experience. Melissa expressed that while she didn't claim to understand his suffering, she was familiar with the disappointment of lacking what everyone else around her possessed. She believed that this feeling of having nothing helped him support others and empathize with their experiences. Then she looked directly into Izuku's eyes and shifted the topic. Didn't you think you should take this situation, where you are no longer a villain, to forge a new path? Several seconds passed as the protagonist simply looked up, observing how the sky seemed to change color before fixing his gaze on the blue eyes of the person beside him. Izuku expressed his determination, stating that he was a person with a clear goal, to help Tamura achieve his own, no matter what it took. He felt that Tamura had extended a hand to him when everyone else had labeled him as useless. To him, Tamura was like All Might was to others. He was his hero. Izuku was resolved to pursue his objective until the end. Although the current situation felt like a significant obstacle, he chose to view it positively, believing he could use this time to improve himself and become even more useful. He also saw the human interactions he would have to engage in as opportunities for personal growth. Melissa looked at Izuku, their eyes meeting. She realized that just as she aspired to be the symbol of peace in the world, he would give everything to see Tamura achieve his goals. While she didn't agree with his path, she respected his passion. She then proposed that if he wanted to experience those human interactions, they should start properly. Extending her hand, she introduced herself as Melissa Shield. Izuku acknowledged her suggestion and extended his hand in return, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya, sharing a small smile that Melissa noticed. After their handshake, they went about their respective activities. Melissa began her training while Izuku headed to his room to contemplate how his daily life would unfold in this new environment. Later, Izuku spent much of the day in his room, having not left since his conversation with Melissa. Could hear the transformation happening around the dorms, with some students listening to music while others gathered in the common room to chat, knowing that the next day marked the start of the new semester and their last day of complete freedom. Despite knowing there would be many people in the common room, he decided to go down anyway, understanding that he would inevitably be around others. He planned to grab something to eat and quickly head up to the rooftop, minimizing interaction as much as possible. Once downstairs, Izuku found most of his class gathered, engrossed in a movie, except for Bakugo. He quietly made his way to the kitchen to prepare a sandwich. Just as he was getting ready, Kirishima entered, intending to say something, but Izuku gestured for him to be quiet so they wouldn't draw attention. Kirishima mentioned that if Izuku ever felt bored and wanted to talk, he should just let him know, smiling widely and with a friendly gesture. Izuku looked at him for a few seconds and nodded, appreciating the gesture, even though he doubted he would take him up on it. It was comforting to see that there were people like Kirishima who helped him believe in the hope of humanity. He watched as Kirishima took some cookies and returned to the group while he finished making his sandwich. Afterward, he went up to the rooftop, where he observed the night gradually enveloping the sky. He decided to sit by the door, spending the next few hours in complete tranquility while enjoying his delicious sandwich. 2.5 hours later, Izuku had been gazing at the stars, allowing time to pass while his thoughts drifted less frequently to how long it would be until he could escape and return to Tamura. It felt like a distant goal, one that required patience, calmness, and proving himself trustworthy enough to have the tracker removed in a few months. As he pondered this, he noticed the door opening slowly. He quietly moved aside to see who it was, discovering it was Kyokajiro, who entered with a guitar, appearing uncertain about being followed or having anyone nearby. Izuku decided to stay out of her sight and waited for her to leave. It turned out that the movie had ended shortly after he had gone up, and the others had interacted for a while before preparing for the next day. Kyoka had wanted to come up since the previous day to play her guitar, as it was a quiet place where no one would disturb her. She began to play her guitar, a normal acoustic with designs and stickers, looking somewhat old but clearly of good quality. Izuku appreciated the relaxing melody as he hummed along with his eyes closed. However, his analytical side began to wonder about a possible connection between her quirk and her passion and talent for music. When he finally formed the question, he voiced it confidently. He asked if her love and talent for music had anything to do with her quirk. Kyoka stopped abruptly, standing up quickly and turning around with her guitar, feeling nervous and slightly embarrassed that someone had overheard her, especially Izuku. She nervously asked how long he had been there, to which he replied that he had been there before she arrived but hadn't wanted to interrupt her focus on being alone. Kyoka accepted this, and the atmosphere shifted to one of understanding. With a sigh, she asked him to do her a favor and not tell anyone, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. Izuku responded that he hardly spoke to anyone there, so the chances of him revealing anything were almost non-existent. He added with irony that she was doing very well and expressed his desire for an answer. Kyoka pondered for a moment before explaining that she wasn't sure how good she really was, but she believed there was a connection between her love for music and her quirk. She thought that since her quirk was related to sound waves, listening to harmonious sounds brought her a sense of tranquility. Izuku found that to make sense and thought he should jot it down in his notebook. He then asked if she wanted him to leave or if she was going, to which Kyoka replied that she was just going to play a song and then head to bed. As she walked toward the door, Izuku simply nodded, lying back on the pebbles on the rooftop. He contemplated how to note down what Kyoka had shared and how quirks like hers could influence people's tastes or habits. Meanwhile, Kyoka felt a bit embarrassed for being caught but also relieved to have a better impression of Izuku than the one she had left the day before when she visited him in his room, where he had been much more serious. It was morning, around 7 a.m., and most students were getting ready to head to their respective classrooms, while the sleepier ones were just waking up, as classes started promptly. This was not the case for Izuku, who had been awake since 5 a.m. He had done some exercises before quickly showering and eating, and then spent the time from 6:30 until now wandering around the academy, waiting for the classrooms to open at 7:30 so he could settle into his seat and wait for everyone to arrive. As he roamed the halls, he was observed by a smiling principal who would give him a small reprieve today, as it was his first day back in an educational institution after years. However, Izuku felt somewhat uncomfortable. He had forgotten what it was like to wear a uniform, and the tracker seemed a bit shocking, making it embarrassing for him to wear it in public. It just wasn't his style. But he decided to set those feelings aside and continue with his plan, entering the main building right on time. He saw some teachers opening their classrooms, including Aizawa, who came in with his sleeping bag and opened the door just as Izuku arrived. Aizawa asked if Izuku planned to spend the next half hour lying down, to which Izuku dryly confirmed that was indeed his plan. Aizawa told him to keep quiet and let him in, leaving the door slightly ajar. Izuku then asked where he should sit, pointing to a seat at the front. Aizawa told him to choose, suggesting either the front or next to the class presidents, Ida or Yaoyorozu, as he settled into his sleeping bag. Izuku chose to sit in the front corner by the window, unaware that Bakugo would be sitting behind him. Aizawa had thought to arrive early, knowing they hadn't crossed paths in the last 2 days and wanting to be present in case anything happened. Time passed with Aizawa resting in his sleeping bag by his desk while Izuku rested his head on his hands, eyes closed, facing the blackboard. About 20 minutes later, the first person arrived, Ida, who greeted them energetically and rigidly. Both Izuku and Aizawa acknowledged him with a small gesture. From that moment on, students began to trickle in, generally arriving in pairs or alone. Some glanced at Izuku before continuing on their way. Melissa was the first to approach him, greeting him warmly, which he returned with a simple gesture and a hello. Shortly after, as the minutes dwindled, a group led by Kirishima entered, mirroring Melissa's approach but with a bit more energy. The group concluded with Bakugo, who closed the door behind him as the last to arrive. He froze upon seeing Izuku, and a tense atmosphere filled the room as their gazes locked. Aizawa was ready with his bindings to intervene if necessary. Katsuki moved forward in silence, avoiding Izuku's gaze, giving the impression that he would ignore him. However, that was far from the truth, as he attempted to attack as soon as he was within range. Izuku anticipated the move, dodging the explosion from Bakugo's right hand. He quickly grabbed Aizawa's bindings, who was ready to intervene but was slower than Izuku. The green-haired boy used the bindings to restrain Bakugo's hands and positioned himself behind him to keep him immobilized. Not stopping there, he grabbed a pair of scissors from the nearby desk and held them dangerously close to Bakugo's left eye. Aizawa ordered them to stop, clearly annoyed. He instructed Izuku to drop the scissors and warned Bakugo not to attempt anything once he was released. The room fell silent. The entire exchange had happened in mere seconds, leaving Bakugo completely incapacitated. The silence was broken only by the sound of the scissors clattering back onto the desk. Izuku assured everyone that there was no problem. The teacher observed Bakugo but was thinking of Izuku, whose reaction had been just as quick but more proactive, using his own bandages to resolve the situation. Although he didn't like the last part of the defense, it was completely unnecessary in this case. Aizawa noted that both students had known each other for a long time and that their relationship was far from good. However, they were now both his students and would behave. He decided to let this incident slide, but warned that if it happened again, they would both face consequences. Katsuki merely scoffed in response, while Izuku nodded in agreement. The classroom remained silent as the two involved took their seats. Aizawa waited a few moments for everyone to pay attention before raising his voice. He expressed that, while they already knew he was there, he would like Izuku to introduce himself personally. He gestured for Izuku to come forward and present himself quickly. Izuku stood up, looked seriously at everyone, and introduced himself. He stated his name, age, and expressed that he felt as if he were trapped in a prison, before promptly returning to his seat. Aizawa explained that the day would serve as an introduction, but starting the next day, they would focus solely on their special moves. He mentioned that the provisional license exam would take place soon, but due to the villain attack, they had been unable to finish the camp. He would explain everything about the licenses and what they would do in the coming week and a half. After this brief introduction, Aizawa launched into an extensive explanation of their upcoming activities for the next few weeks, emphasizing that Izuku's situation was still to be defined, as he neither wanted to work as a hero nor did it seem appropriate. 2 hours later, it was time for the first break of the day. Many students headed to the restroom, others rushed to buy something, while some stayed behind to interact. Izuku, not knowing anyone, simply returned to his initial position from the start of the day. In contrast, Bakugo stormed out with an annoyed stride. Noticing Izuku was alone, Kirishima decided to approach and sit next to him, where Shoji would typically be. Kirishima remarked on how intense Aizawa's class was, to which Izuku responded that while Aizawa explained things well, none of it was truly useful to him. Kirishima admitted that paying attention wasn't his strong suit, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his neck. Izuku thought to himself that it was no problem and asked where Kirishima had lost track of the lesson. Kirishima's eyes lit up as he went to retrieve his notebook. Izuku observed with mild annoyance, as he was quite organized, which was the opposite of how he viewed Kirishima's notebook. However, he let it slide and patiently explained all the doubts that had arisen. Kirishima expressed amazement at how well Izuku explained things, noting that he seemed to not be paying attention during class. Izuku suggested that for the next time, Kirishima should focus on listening to their teacher rather than worrying about him, feeling somewhat exhausted from the conversation. Unbeknownst to Kirishima, the rest of the classroom was watching their interaction, questioning how bad Izuku truly was. However, there was no time for conclusions as the bell rang, and those outside quickly returned. Moments later, Aizawa and All Might arrived, the latter greeting everyone with his usual enthusiasm. All Might announced that he wouldn't see them until the next day, as he had come for young Izuku. He encouraged the students to pay attention to their teacher and said he would see them tomorrow. After this, Izuku slowly left the classroom while Aizawa took a moment before beginning to speak. As Izuku walked a few meters, he encountered All Might in his true form. Izuku commented on how All Might wanted to make the most of that appearance. Toshinori replied that even though he had announced his retirement, he needed to continue representing that figure until Endeavor's promotion was officially announced. Izuku asked what All Might needed from him, eager to hear the answer. Toshinori explained that Nizu wanted to give him a break from the classroom, knowing he might be feeling overwhelmed. However, he would need to demonstrate his physical abilities in prolonged combat. Izuku expressed his readiness, motivated by the opportunity to showcase his skills. Minutes later, Izuku found himself in a large training facility, facing off against ectoplasm, while Nizu's voice echoed through the speakers. Nizu explained that Izuku would be in combat against 30 clones of ectoplasm for the next 20 minutes. He wanted to see how well Izuku could handle multiple opponents at once. Izuku had access to a baton and chains, leaving the choice of whether to use them up to him. As Izuku prepared, attaching the chains to his arms and testing the baton, Toshinori expressed concern about the challenge. Nizu acknowledged that it might be too much but believed in Izuku's capabilities. He advised Toshinori to get ready, as the students were about to arrive. While this was happening, Izuku continued to warm up and practice the movement of the chains. Ectoplasm informed him that his clones had adjustable resistance, which would be lower than that of a normal human due to the number and time it took to generate them. As the clones began to surround Izuku, he planted the metal baton into the ground, mentally preparing himself for the fight. He decided to adopt an aggressive approach, spinning the chains and declaring that they could start whenever they were ready. Izuku shouted at Nizu just as the students from Class 1A arrived, some more interested than others. Aizawa had announced that they would see Izuku in action, which intrigued some students while others seemed indifferent. Bakugo, on the other hand, appeared unconcerned, lost in thoughts of superiority, yet deep down he wanted to know how he measured up against Izuku. Nizu turned and activated his microphone, announcing the start of the match. As soon as the words left his mouth, Izuku charged at the nearest clone, swiftly wrapping chains around its neck and breaking it with ease. He then used the fallen clone as a springboard to leap onto the next one before it could dissolve. From a distance, Ectoplasm observed with a hint of concern as Izuku attacked the clones with a wild ferocity, eliminating them rapidly to prevent the hero from easily reaching the 30-clone mark. The average number of clones created settled at 15, a manageable amount for Izuku during that time. For 12 minutes, Izuku relentlessly targeted the clones, aiming for their heads to maximize damage and avoid mere exchanges of blows. He knew that if he paused or was knocked down, he would quickly be overwhelmed by the sheer number of targets surrounding him. However, he could feel his energy waning, prompting him to make a risky decision. He contemplated that if he could no longer handle 15 clones, he had one option left: to reduce their numbers further and contain them. His combat skills had already impressed everyone and frustrated Katsuki, but now he opted for a more aggressive approach. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his baton, chains, fists, and legs, rapidly diminishing the number of clones to just one, smashing its head with a decisive blow. Ectoplasm grew increasingly anxious as each new clone generated was swiftly destroyed by Izuku, preventing them from fully forming. In light of this situation, a delighted Nizu had no choice but to halt the test with 5 minutes remaining. He acknowledged Izuku's prowess, stating that he had underestimated him and that it would have been more equitable to allow the match to continue without the baton. Ectoplasm ceased creating clones, watching Izuku as he planted his baton back into the ground and released the chains from his arms. Ectoplasm remarked on his surprise at Izuku's proactive approach, to which Izuku explained that he usually wouldn't have attacked first, but he recognized his superiority over the clones. Without a quirk to assist him against so many opponents, standing still would have been detrimental. As they exchanged thoughts on the events of the past 15 minutes, Nizu observed various reactions from the audience. He was pleased with Izuku's performance, while All Might and Todoroki showed keen interest. Mineta, however, was terrified at the sight of a quirkless individual achieving such feats, a sentiment shared by many, as it was astonishing to witness someone rely solely on physical prowess and combat skills. Katsuki Bakugo struggled to contain his frustration, gritting his teeth in anger, while Melissa, a quirkless individual, admired Izuku deeply for his capabilities. Meanwhile, Izuku felt a sense of joy. He had let loose during the battle and was not confined to the classroom, though he was unaware of the challenges that would arise from showcasing such skills. The school day had concluded, and Izuku had managed to get through it without feeling the urge to lash out at anyone. He was preparing to head to the dorms, as most students had already left, leaving only a few behind to organize their belongings. Melissa approached him quietly, expressing her desire to speak with him. She asked if he could teach her to fight like he did. Izuku hesitated, thinking it might not suit her style or quirk, and quickly responded that such power used in his way would be too brutal for a hero's path. Melissa insisted that she wanted to learn various combat styles to create one that suited her. She understood his message about supporting Tamura but believed he also needed a training partner. Izuku considered her words, acknowledging her point but questioned why she thought she would be the right partner. Melissa quickly refuted the idea, knowing that Kirishima would accept and that his quirk would allow her to fight without holding back. Moreover, no matter how much he improved, he would not pose a threat to Tamura in the future. In that moment, Melissa attempted to argue, but she could not question that last point. Since All Might had bestowed that power upon her, her confrontation with Tamura had become an almost inevitable fate. Izuku decided to give her a chance. If she was willing to do it on his terms, then she would have the opportunity to prove her worth the next day and the day after. He concluded the conversation and walked past her. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she happily prepared to follow Izuku. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, they focused on a training facility where Melissa lay on the ground, clearly in pain, while Izuku stood with his arms crossed, observing her. This situation arose after Izuku had pointed out the previous day that she needed to be at the dormitory entrance by 5 in the morning, a request Melissa had accepted, albeit hesitantly due to the early hour. She was determined to improve, so she agreed. However, their protagonist had set up an intensive half-hour training session filled with various exercises, which culminated in a sparring match with him, but without using her quirk. This was a considerable humiliation for her, but she had the chance to redeem herself when he finally allowed her to use her quirk. In that instance, she managed to keep up with him somewhat, but she was still knocked down and immobilized so many times that she could barely get back up from exhaustion. Izuku looked down at her, breathing heavily, and stated that their training was over for the day. He pointed out that she relied too much on her quirk, barely used her legs, and her movements were too simplistic. He noted that All Might had faced the same issue, but with her strength, she hardly needed to know how to fight. Melissa quietly acknowledged his point, feeling frustrated. The gap between them was far greater than she had imagined. He was not only stronger and faster than her, even using one for all at just 5%, but he was so superior that he didn't even need to fight her seriously. He merely dodged and pushed her aside, needing only a few strikes to put her out of commission. Izuku extended a hand to her, encouraging her to get up. He suggested she take a shower and rest before classes, assuring her that she would have another opportunity the following day. As he began to walk away, Melissa followed a little behind. After a few moments of silence, Izuku turned to her and asked what kind of hero she wanted to be. Did she aspire to be a version of All Might, or was she seeking something new? Initially, she would have said something closer to All Might's concept of saving everyone with a smile. However, she reflected on the scars on her hands and expressed her aspiration to be a symbol that inspires hope, calm, and tranquility simply by existing. She acknowledged that she might not be like All Might, which is why she wanted to find her own path. Upon hearing her words, Izuku resumed walking in silence. Each time he glanced at Melissa, he noted how antagonistic they were, yet he found her company enjoyable. It reminded him, to some extent, of his relationship with Tamura, whose presence he appreciated despite being so drastically different from him. This was a point in Melissa's favor. Hours later, throughout the day, the students had dedicated themselves fully to their special movements, with Izuku benefiting the most as he focused solely on training his combat techniques. However, during what would have been the last class of the day, Aizawa gathered everyone at the entrance of the training facility. He informed them that many had made progress, while others had not, but that was not the main point. The exam would be very tough, and they needed to be as prepared as possible for it. Izuku looked at the situation. They would be practicing one-on-one combat without quirks against Midoriya. At first glance, this seemed fair. However, considering what they had witnessed yesterday, he was perfectly capable of fighting and possibly defeating anyone in the class. The fact that they couldn't use their quirks made it even more challenging. There was no time for any questioning, as Cementos had already created a platform at Aizawa's request, and Izuku was now standing in the center of it. Our protagonist was wearing the UA sports uniform and was stretching while watching the first opponent step into the arena, Aoyama Yuga. He appeared confident, yet it was clear he only wanted to flee. To make things more entertaining, Izuku decided not to attack directly. When Aizawa signaled the start, Izuku walked slowly toward Aoyama with his arms crossed. Seconds later, the blonde rushed at him, attempting to throw a punch. Izuku easily dodged it, moving behind him and giving him a light push with a kick, more to send him to the ground than to knock him out. He watched seriously as Aoyama slowly got back up. This sequence repeated a couple of times until Izuku grew bored. With a swift lateral kick to Aoyama's torso, he sent him flying a few meters out of the arena. Aizawa ordered the next contestant to step forward. Mina Ishido stood before Izuku this time, looking more confident and displaying a well-toned physique, giving her reasons to feel assured. Unfortunately, her confidence didn't help her, as despite being superior to her previous classmate, her fate was nearly the same. Izuku dodged her attacks until he found himself at the edge of the arena. He ducked under one of her punches, positioned himself behind her, and gave her a gentle push that sent her tumbling out. Aizawa continued with the next match, calling up Tsuyu Azui. To Izuku, she seemed like the most challenging opponent, as her physical enhancements were inherent to her quirk, making her quite strong in that regard. The fight began with Izuku attacking first, aiming to limit her movement as quickly as possible. However, she evaded him with surprising agility. In an attempt to leap over him, she inadvertently set herself up for failure. Izuku managed to catch her leg with a powerful jump, sending her out of the arena before she could react. Next was Tenya Ida, who, thanks to his strong physique and impressive leg skills, put up a more significant fight. Izuku had to block a few of his kicks, but the outcome was similar to Mina's. Ida found himself retreating to the edge, ducking under a strike, and then receiving a gentle push that sent him out. Uraraka Achiko was someone Izuku recognized from a previous encounter at the mall with Melissa. She demonstrated decent hand-to-hand combat skills, but they were rather basic. Growing tired of her attempts, Izuku simply kicked her foot, and as she fell, he gave her a strong enough nudge to send her out of the ring. From that point on, most of the matches mirrored the earlier ones. Many of his classmates struggled in hand-to-hand combat without their quirks, and Izuku felt a twinge of pity watching such a lackluster display. However, he became serious when he saw that Bakugo was the second-to-last contestant. Bakugo entered the arena, visibly furious, prompting Izuku to smirk slightly, which did not sit well with Aizawa, though he simply ordered the fight to begin. For the first time, Izuku attacked directly, giving Bakugo little time to respond. He quickly landed a punch to Bakugo's stomach, which Bakugo tried to retaliate against in anger, only to receive a kick to the mouth. Bakugo was about to fall out of the arena, but Izuku grabbed his foot and pulled him back in, tossing him into the center. Izuku taunted Bakugo, reminding him that he always claimed he would be the best, yet here he was, proving to be just as pathetic as the others. This remark irritated many of their classmates, while some hung their heads in shame. Aizawa, looking serious, ordered Izuku to finish the match quickly. With a sigh, Izuku turned away, but was surprised when Bakugo lunged at him with a punch aimed at his face. Izuku stopped it with one hand and blocked a kick with his right leg. He then launched a series of strikes, with Bakugo failing to counter any of them, culminating in a powerful punch that sent Bakugo out of the arena. After the match, a visibly injured Katsuki glared at Izuku, but he said nothing, lowering his head and clenching his teeth and fists. The final two opponents, Melissa and Momo, faced him next. Knowing Melissa's fighting style from their previous encounter, he finished that match quickly. Momo, like many others, struggled significantly. That day, Izuku realized something important. He would have been a much better hero than all of them if he had recognized the capabilities of an ordinary human much earlier. But there was no time for regrets. He closed his eyes, listening to Aizawa reprimanding his students for their ineffectiveness in a situation where they could not use their quirks. Aizawa let them go, except for Izuku, whom he instructed to wait. Izuku thought to himself, wondering what the pro-hero would ask of him next. Izuku had been reflecting on the nature of human selfishness. It was common for people to prioritize their own desires, from small things to significant decisions that could impact their lives. However, he had only indulged in this selfishness once when he decided to save Melissa. He still questioned whether that choice was right and how crucial it might be for the future. These thoughts swirled in Izuku's mind as he lay on his bed, contemplating whether to train Melissa. There were both pros and cons to consider. On the positive side, he would have someone to practice with, and if she mentioned it to All Might, it could help him gain Nisa's trust more quickly. On the downside, training her would mean she would progress faster, gaining control of One for All and developing her combat style sooner, which posed a long-term risk concerning Tamura. But why not? Why not continue being selfish? As these questions echoed in his mind, the image of Shigaraki extending his hand appeared repeatedly. Izuku reached a definitive conclusion. He would take both paths. He would train Melissa for his own benefit while also being the one to bring her down if she ever stood against Tamura. He didn't know how he would compete with one of the most powerful quirks in history, but he was determined to find a way. It was greedy of him to want everything, and it was a significant risk, but it would also help him progress and earn Nisa's trust more quickly. That would be his conclusion. No one else needed to worry about anything but him. Days passed, and 4 days had gone by since Izuku reached that conclusion. He trained with Melissa, making the confinement at UA more bearable. She was like a Kurogyari for him, someone with whom he could have calm conversations without complications. However, today he needed to accompany Class 1A to the venue for the provisional license exam. Although he wouldn't participate, he would observe alongside Aizawa from the sidelines. He felt somewhat detached from the situation and didn't realize he was the last to board the bus. When he did, only one seat remained next to Bakugo, the only person who preferred to sit alone. They exchanged a threatening glance, one more aggressive and the other colder, before Izuku took a seat beside Bakugo, crossing his arms just like him. Bakugo turned to look out the window, his expression filled with anger, while Izuku kept his eyes closed. The rest of the class watched silently, and when they saw that no confrontation occurred, they returned to their usual noisy selves. The hour-long journey passed with neither of them making a move or attempting to speak. As soon as the bus stopped, they both got off without exchanging a single glance. Once outside, Aizawa began a motivational speech infused with his typical energy and a hint of threat. He was interrupted by a heroine Izuku recognized as Ms. Joke. She approached, her voice filled with excitement as she called out to Aizawa, who was sweating nervously. The class watched in astonishment as Ms. Joke and Aizawa exchanged words, while students from her class approached and greeted the Class 1A students, expressing their excitement to meet them. Izuku, being the most distant, was the last to be approached by what seemed to be the leader of the other class. Upon recognizing Izuku from television, the leader paused in thought. Aizawa introduced Izuku as a new student in Class A, noting that he would be participating that day. Ms. Joke expressed her surprise that UA would dare to have a villain as a student, smiling as she moved closer to Izuku. Izuku responded, acknowledging the unexpected nature of the situation as he locked eyes with the heroine. A silence enveloped them as they stared at each other until Izuku bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. Aizawa intervened, warning Ms. Joke to stop as his quirk activated, causing his hair to rise. Ms. Joke playfully remarked on how boring it was that Aizawa knew how to counter her quirk before leaving with her students, throwing a small declaration of rivalry at Aizawa. Another class from a rival school approached, and as they exchanged greetings with Class 1A, Izuku noticed a girl. Their eyes met, and a moment of connection passed between them before Izuku smiled softly and looked away, mirroring the girl's actions. Tension arose briefly between one of the students from that academy and Todoroki, but nothing more came of it. Aizawa decided to move on, directing his students on where to go and what to do. After they left, he turned his attention to Izuku. He hoped Izuku wouldn't be upset with Ms. Joke, explaining that it was a bad habit of hers to act that way. Izuku found it interesting to learn how to counter such a strange quirk. He wiped his lip and thought about taking notes later. He turned to where the other students had gone, feeling a bit cheerful as he considered speaking with her. He then left with Aizawa toward the area where all the students would be waiting for the exam, accompanied by Ms. Joke, who sat next to the hero to tease him, while Izuku leaned back in his seat, focusing on the interesting things around him. 2 hours later, the first test had just ended, eliminating most participants in one go. As the remaining students headed to a resting area, Izuku exchanged glances with the girl again. He decided to excuse himself, saying he was going to the bathroom, and walked away calmly. Meanwhile, Aizawa pulled out a phone. That tracked Izuku's location. A few minutes later, Izuku arrived at the bathroom and leaned against the door, waiting for the girl to enter. When she did, he looked her in the eyes with seriousness and expressed his happiness at seeing her. She responded with a sadistic smile, revealing that Tamura had sent her to collect blood from someone in the class as an infiltrator. Izuku explained that the UA director thought it was a good idea to keep him there and that he was being tracked, but he felt he was gaining enough confidence to eventually have the collar removed. Before she left, she asked if he would return, to which Izuku assured her that he would come back as soon as he could. This encounter filled him with hope, knowing that Tamura and the group were still active. He needed to appear calm to avoid raising any suspicions. So, he walked back to the seating area, keeping his gaze fixed ahead, arriving just a minute before the second and final test of the provisional license exam began. Hours later, Izuku sat in the dormitory courtyard, eating a sandwich and gazing at the sky. He had gone down to eat in the common room, where everyone was celebrating their success, though not everyone had passed Todoroki and Bakugo had failed for different reasons. As he reflected on his encounter with Toga, Bakugo's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Bakugo, speaking in an unusually low tone, told Izuku to follow him. Izuku hesitated, stating he wouldn't go unless given a good reason. Bakugo insisted he wanted to clarify some things, his tone becoming more threatening as he turned to face Izuku. For reasons he couldn't quite understand, Izuku stood up and followed Bakugo, finding the situation intriguing. In a secluded area of the academy's artificial city, Izuku looked down at Bakugo, who was on the ground with some scrapes, shielding his eyes with an arm. This was a moment where they could finally have a conversation after more than a decade, but they couldn't avoid confrontation. Once again, the outcome was the same. Izuku was too superior, and he knew Bakugo too well. This was a test for Bakugo, who needed to change to overcome the barrier that Izuku represented. After a struggle, Bakugo managed to voice his regrets, fears, and how he had matured enough to understand his past mistakes. He had tortured himself mentally since their encounter at USJ, leading to this moment. Izuku sat a meter away, finally speaking after listening to Bakugo's outpouring of feelings during their brief confrontation. He admitted that all those years since finding his place in the world had been filled with hatred toward Bakugo. He acknowledged the anger he still felt, but also how that negativity had led him to discover something good, a purpose that made him strong enough not to lose to anyone. They fell into silence until Bakugo slowly stood up. He stated that he knew he would never be forgiven and didn't want forgiveness. If he wanted to be the greatest hero, he had to carry the weight of his mistakes. He looked Izuku in the eyes, filled with determination, vowing that one day he would defeat him and prove who was truly the best. Bakugo's fiery gaze contrasted sharply with Izuku's dimmed expression. Everything the academy, Bakugo's growth, meeting people like Kirishima, and finding someone like Melissa was something Izuku had longed for. It felt like witnessing a dream come true. However, this was no longer his reality. At Bakugo's declaration, he exhaled and gave a slight nod before standing up. Silence filled the air, but it didn't last long. Aizawa appeared from an alleyway and remarked that he was pleased they had resolved their differences, or at least most of them. However, he had to fulfill his role as a teacher and punish both of them. Bakugo would serve 3 days cleaning the common room and taking out the trash, while Midoriya would serve 2 days because, although he hadn't started it, he had gone along with it. Bakugo accepted the punishment begrudgingly, muttering curses under his breath, while Izuku simply nodded. In truth, none of this mattered much to him. At least it would be something different to do at the academy. 2 days later, Izuku had been absolved of his punishment and could return to his normal classes. He wasn't sure if he preferred it or not, but he followed his usual routine, training and leaving early to avoid running into too many people. He continued in this manner, greeting Kirishima and Melissa with increasing confidence, along with a few other gestures of acknowledgement from classmates. But today would be different. Aizawa introduced 3 individuals he recognized as the 3 greats of UA. Each introduced themselves, with a blonde named Mirio leading the group, accompanied by an energetic girl with sky-blue hair named Nijire and a shy dark-haired boy named Tamaki. Nijire began asking everyone questions rapidly and energetically, not giving them time to respond. When she reached Izuku, she recognized him quickly, but Aizawa interrupted her and instructed her to focus. Mirio then declared that he wanted everyone to fight against him, looking at the class with great confidence. Minutes later, the entire class stood before Mirio, all dressed in their UA sports uniforms and ready to fight. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on the floor beside Todoroki and Aizawa. Todoroki would not participate in the combat due to not having obtained his provisional license, and Izuku was not part of the class for this particular exercise. However, the confrontation was over almost as soon as it began, to everyone's surprise, including Izuku, who thought they would last longer. Melissa barely managed to make a move, but no one else could land a hit, and soon everyone was on the ground, clutching their stomachs in pain from the blows. After a few minutes, they stood before the blonde, who explained what had happened, how he had won, and gave a speech about how the weeks they would spend with professional heroes would be vital for their development as future heroes. Everything was going well until someone spoke up, causing Izuku to feel an overwhelming sense of lethargy. "I bet Midoriya could beat you," Mineta had said. The room fell silent, and the words resonated in their minds. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, who was staring intently at Mirio. Aizawa then ordered Izuku to go get his sports uniform and a training staff from the equipment room. Izuku nodded and walked calmly toward the locker room, feeling a sense of weariness at the thought, but it would be interesting. The court was quite peculiar, and fighting against it would be a good experience for him. A few minutes later, Izuku returned in his uniform, playing with the training staff made of a special wood that was anything but flimsy. A good hit could leave a bruise. When he looked around, he saw that everyone had stepped back, leaving only the blonde in the center of the gym. This match was thrilling for the entire class, who had witnessed the capabilities of both fighters firsthand, with Mirio appearing almost invincible. Even Aizawa considered the outcome, knowing both were experienced fighters, but he felt Mirio had the advantage due to his quirk. Izuku continued to play with the staff, testing its length and sturdiness as he approached within 5 meters of Mirio. Mirio acknowledged him, saying he had heard of the villain boy, but wasn't sure if it was just a rumor among the students or if it was true. Izuku positioned himself for battle, acknowledging the truth of the situation. He remarked that it wasn't of great importance as he struck the ground with his staff and readied himself. The command to begin was all that was needed to break the tension in the air. As soon as Aizawa spoke, Mirio vanished into the ground. Anticipating this, Izuku used his staff to elevate himself a few meters into the air. In that moment, Mirio shot up from the ground, nearly beside the green-haired boy, catching him by surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku aimed a downward strike with his staff, but Mirio became intangible and dodged the attack. This opening allowed Mirio to attempt a punch, which nearly gave Izuku the victory. With the momentum from Mirio's strike, Izuku quickly spun in the air, adding power to his staff, which he had to block directly. Izuku took advantage of the fact that Mirio was using his arms to hold the staff and moved in to throw a punch. However, to avoid further risks, Mirio quickly sank back into the ground, becoming intangible once more, causing Izuku to return to the ground. All of this transpired in mere seconds since the fight began, so quickly that Izuku barely touched the ground after the exchange. The students were buzzing with excitement, making bets, including Nijire, who joined the first years and acted just like them, while Tamaki observed quietly from the side. Izuku had no time to formulate another quick idea, as Mirio's attack pattern indicated he would be close again. It was then that Izuku recalled a moment when Melissa had predicted where Mirio would emerge. He decided to do the same, knowing he could follow up with something more. Just before Mirio reappeared, Izuku struck down with his staff right where the blonde would surface, forcing Mirio to become intangible again as he emerged. The surprise gave Izuku a window to kick Mirio in the face, forcing him to keep his head intangible to avoid the blow, but Izuku noticed Mirio's face reddening. Izuku thought to himself that being intangible meant Mirio couldn't breathe. He unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Mirio's face and lower body, realizing that when Mirio emerged, he hadn't had time to take a proper breath and wouldn't be able to sink back down without air. He continued to focus his attacks on Mirio's face, and just as he thought this, he landed a solid punch, following it up with a kick to Mirio's torso. However, Mirio managed to take a breath and quickly retreated several meters away. Seeing Mirio take a moment to breathe, Izuku charged in, anticipating the same attack pattern. He was taken aback when Mirio launched a powerful punch that landed squarely in his stomach. Mirio intended to follow up, but Izuku remembered that in the harsh world of fighting, one should always retaliate after taking a hit. As Mirio prepared another punch, Izuku placed his hand on the ground and delivered not one, but 2 kicks to Mirio's face, using the momentum from the first kick to land a second as he spun. Thus began an intense exchange of blows, with Mirio using his quirk minimally, as Izuku had learned how to nullify its effectiveness. Fighting hand-to-hand was what ultimately led to Izuku's victory, as despite Mirio's strength, Izuku struck harder and more frequently. Minutes later, the strongest of the 3 fell to the ground, gasping for air, while the third-year students looked on in disbelief. Some from Class A celebrated their victory in the bets, while others were disappointed. Mirio acknowledged that he had never lost since obtaining his license, having specialized in optimizing his quirk and being unpredictable. Yet he felt that Izuku had managed to nullify his abilities. Izuku explained that he won because he understood the specifics of Mirio's quirk that he had shared with others, and that his specialty was close combat. He added that perhaps in a space with more walls, Mirio might have had the advantage. After offering his hand to Mirio, he bid farewell and went to change, leaving Mirio with the class. The thought lingered in Mirio's mind that Izuku was the closest to being number 1, even among pro heroes. After an eventful previous day, life returned to normal. It was early morning, and the familiar scene unfolded with Melissa on the ground, bruised and out of breath, while Izuku dried himself off with a towel, as their training session had concluded. Melissa asked how long it had been since Izuku had been defeated. He replied that it had been over 2 years since he started his practical training, recalling that he hadn't been beaten, just injured enough to have to escape. Melissa humorously pointed out that if it wasn't a fight to the death, then he had been defeated. Izuku clarified that while it wasn't a death match, the injuries he inflicted days later would never heal. She responded with a tone of annoyance, dismissing his words. For the girl, it was shocking how casually he spoke, but she decided to change the subject. Melissa added with some energy that yesterday was different. He had defeated someone who, if they left UA, would have secured a spot among the top heroes purely based on skill. Izuku replied, downplaying the achievement, stating that he had much more combat experience against various quirks and styles, so it wasn't complicated to read his opponent. Melissa quickly stood up, asserting that while she would agree, the opponent's movements were too strange to be considered repetitive or predictable. Izuku explained that when the opponent attacked, he had the advantage of understanding how the quirk worked and having seen him fight before. When he took the initiative, the opponent could only defend himself, which he seemed unaccustomed to. Melissa looked him in the eyes, admitting that if he continued to frame things that way, there was no way to argue against him. However, she questioned whether he truly understood the significance of what he had done. Izuku acknowledged that she had mentioned the opponent was a direct contender for the top heroes, but that didn't mean much to him. Melissa excitedly exclaimed that if he were a hero, even without a quirk, he would already be among the best. Izuku thought, feeling a bit annoyed, that he wasn't sure if that was a compliment to him or a huge demerit to the image of heroes. He then looked directly at her, reminding her not to forget his goals. Melissa sighed, feeling a bit down, but insisted that she had nothing to lose by continuing to try. Izuku understood what she was thinking and feeling. He liked her quite a bit, and even though he wouldn't admit it, she liked him too. He realized she might think about trying to convince him to be a hero. However, he felt that thinking about it now was pointless, as that was a topic for years to come, or at least that was what he believed. He suggested they leave, noting that he would have to face the entire class otherwise. As he began to walk, he picked up a coat and the towel he had left behind. Melissa laughed lightly, asking how it was possible that he still felt rejection after everything that had happened. Izuku explained that he had nothing against Bakugo anymore, but he wasn't interested in the others and didn't want them to be interested in him either. He wasn't there willingly. Melissa pointed out that Kirishima held him in high regard and Kyoka had mentioned having a pleasant conversation with him. She turned to face him, smiling brightly, stating that knowing what she did about him, he was always nice to her. As they walked, Melissa led the way, cheerfully turning back to look at him while Izuku remained thoughtful. After a moment, he remarked that everyone had their preferences. Despite disliking what she represented, he found himself liking her. He thought that people like Kirishima were rare, and seeing such individuals gave him some faith in humanity. As for Kyoka, it wasn't anything specific, it was just that he had no interest in her, so he had no reason to be unpleasant. Melissa chuckled softly and fell silent, realizing that her comment had caught him off guard, which amused her. Hours later, the greatest hero of all time, All Might, the symbol of peace, had ended his hero career on a high note after defeating All for One in a battle witnessed not only by Japan but by the entire world. He had revealed his true form a couple of days earlier after announcing his retirement on a television program, inspiring all heroes and the new generation. His transformation showcased how someone so slender could achieve greatness, although nothing was mentioned about his quirk. Now All Might, Melissa, and Mirio Togata were in a room together. The retired hero had called Melissa while she was with Izuku, and it seemed logical to include him in the conversation. They discussed the possibility of Mirio taking Melissa to Naitai's agency for her provisional license PRD. Izuku, however, was indifferent to the situation, sitting by a window, drinking water, and enjoying the autumn air in the city. Tashinori directed his attention to Izuku, asking for his opinion on the matter. Izuku felt compelled to stand up and approach them, reflecting on the discussion while experiencing that familiar sensation he always felt when addressed in that manner. He stated that it depended on whether she wanted to enhance her combat skills and develop her own quirk, which would be very useful. He looked at Mirio and added that if she aimed to gain more experience in regular patrolling and facing minor villains, it would be more beneficial for her to join an agency with higher activity, like best genists. Toshinori turned to look at the retired hero, contemplating another option. He responded calmly, intrigued. Izuku suggested that Melissa could take some time off from her license, using the weeks to train while waiting for Todoroki to obtain his. He glanced at the blonde girl, mentioning her good relationship with Todoroki. If he agreed to take her along when he went with Endeavor, she would have the chance to learn from the hero, gaining valuable experience in both combat and the intense patrols that characterized him. This idea opened a new possibility that had never been considered before. They continued their conversation, and Izuku remained quiet thereafter. The discussion ended somewhat inconclusively, but the option that seemed to please everyone most was Nitai's. Toshinori decided to give the day for the young shield to make her choice and asked the three young heroes to leave. However, he requested that Izuku stay behind. As the two blondes departed, Izuku approached and took a seat across from the retired hero. He urged Toshinori to get straight to the point, not wanting any unnecessary preamble. Toshinori expressed his curiosity about why Izuku helped Melissa so much, even knowing the threat she posed to Tamura in the future. Izuku explained that he liked her and wanted to help her achieve her dream. He acknowledged that when the time came, regardless of how well she could use her power or how skilled she was in combat, he would defeat her to prevent her from standing in Tamura's way. Izuku pointed out that Toshinori might have been one of the worst mentors Melissa could have had, which had hindered her potential. It wasn't until someone else taught her to better control her power that she could truly use it without harming herself. He vowed to help her improve in the best way possible. These words struck Toshinori deeply, as Izuku seemed to stab at a wound he wanted to forget. Since sending Melissa to Gran Torino, he had been reflecting on his own shortcomings in teaching her to wield the power he had given her. Izuku concluded by hoping he was the first to share these thoughts, urging Toshinori to train and guide his successor better so that his future victory would be more challenging. He left the pencil on the table and departed, feeling that he had expressed his ideas clearly. He would assist Melissa, knowing that he would be the one to ultimately defeat her in the future. How that would happen remained to be seen. Boredom defined the last few days for Izuku at the academy. Most of his classmates had successfully secured their provisional licenses on their first attempts, leaving him alone in the dorms. Many had chosen to stay at their agencies to avoid the commute during their initial experiences in the heroes' daily lives. However, he wasn't entirely alone. The only company he had was Bakugo and Todoroki, the two students who had not passed their licensing exams. Their presence felt isolating, as the only sounds were Bakugo's occasional outbursts. For 2 days they had shared the common room, with Todoroki either reading or on his phone, while Bakugo watched television or did the same. Izuku remained quiet, often with his eyes closed. On the third day, it seemed like it would begin just like the previous two. Early in the morning, as Izuku prepared to leave for his first training session, he encountered Todoroki, who appeared to be waiting for him at the door. Todoroki mentioned wanting to discuss Izuku's notes, showing his notebook with determination. Izuku paused, realizing that Todoroki wouldn't let him go until they talked. He agreed to let Todoroki accompany him to some seats near the dorms, curious about how he had known when he would be training. Todoroki calmly explained that he had asked Melissa for the information. This revelation surprised Izuku, as it indicated that Melissa wasn't very discreet with her knowledge. Izuku inquired about what Todoroki wanted to know. Todoroki pointed out that Izuku's notes indicated the only way to improve his quirk was to practice its execution after reaching its limits, expressing confusion about this concept. Izuku elaborated, explaining that the first method involved using both quirks until he felt he could barely generate anything, then practicing at that energy limit to optimize his power usage. The second method involved expelling both quirks at maximum capacity for extended PRDS, allowing his body to adapt to the sustained energy use, which would reduce fatigue when using his abilities. Izuku's passion for analyzing and explaining quirks was evident, as he had invested considerable time and effort into this pursuit. Todoroki was impressed that Izuku had thought of this possibility, especially since neither he nor his teachers had considered it when he began using both sides of his quirk. Todoroki expressed gratitude for the insight and added that he wanted to know more about Izuku himself. This request struck Izuku deeply. He had never fully reflected on his own history, not even when questioned after the ambush involving heroes. Izuku stated that he had no reason to hide his objectives and stood up, revealing that his only goal was to ensure Tamura achieved his own. He described himself as a quirkless individual turned herald of a villain before walking away, leaving Todoroki deep in thought about how Izuku had reached that point. However, he had no time to dwell on it. He needed to focus on his training. A week later, Izuku found himself in Nightai's office, handcuffed and surrounded by heroes and some academy students. The reason for his presence was that Nightai was investigating a Yakuza group led by the villain Overhaul, who was planning an attack to rescue a girl being used to create special bullets that nullified quirks. To determine if he had any useful information for the investigation, Izuku had been brought to Nightai's office, handcuffed and accompanied by Nizu and Aizawa, who was also participating in the operation. Izuku expressed uncertainty about what more they needed to know, explaining that he had only seen Overhaul once during a meeting with Kurogiri 6 months prior. Rocklock, visibly frustrated, pressed him for more details. Izuku described Overhaul as a sociopath obsessed with restoring power to his organization, which had taken him in during his childhood, leading to an obsessive need to return it to its former glory. Nightai asked if there was a possibility that Overhaul was cooperating with Shigaraki. Izuku doubted it, reasoning that their personalities clashed, and Overhaul likely wouldn't submit to Shigaraki unless he had another motive. He added that Overhaul's team included 2 of the easiest ways to defeat him in combat. Ryukyu mentioned they had a general idea of the situation but noted that one of Izuku's specialties was quirk analysis and asked for his thoughts on Overhaul's quirk. The heroine asked Izuku about the unique quirk he had encountered. He explained that it was incredibly powerful, with destructive capabilities that made close combat difficult. He noted that its regenerative side made it nearly invincible in both attack and defense. He turned to Aizawa, questioning the usefulness of such a strong quirk if one could not utilize it effectively. With those words, Izuku made it clear how to approach the leader directly. Following this, they escorted the green-haired boy out of the room, watched over by Fat Gum, who accompanied him along with Kirishima and Tamaki. They moved a few meters down the hallway. Izuku settled on the floor and asked if they weren't going to hear what was being discussed. Fat Gum replied that they would be informed of the conclusions later, but it was best that Izuku did not hear them, so they would stay outside with him. Kirishima expressed his admiration for Izuku's analytical abilities, which excited him. Izuku explained that since he didn't have a quirk, he had to compensate for that lack in some way. He then inquired if the HNDCFFS were really necessary. Fat Gum admitted that he didn't think so, but reminded Izuku that he was still a villain in custody. Despite Kirishima, Togata, and Shield advocating for his freedom, they had to follow protocols. Izuku sighed, mentioning that he still had the tracker, so there shouldn't be any issues. Kirishima, curious, asked when Izuku had become a villain. Izuku reflected on this, admitting that it had been about 3 years ago and purely by chance. He recalled that if Tamura hadn't found him at that moment, he would have continued living an unfulfilling and unhappy life. Fat Gum, sensing the seriousness of the topic, asked what Izuku meant by unhappy. Izuku explained that due to the percentage of quirkless individuals and their distribution in the world, discrimination was still high. He downplayed those days, but Fat Gum felt a pang of sympathy. He recognized that millions faced similar situations due to circumstances beyond their control. Izuku represented the idea that a villain isn't inherently bad, he was someone skilled and intelligent who had not been treated as he deserved. It felt unjust that he was handcuffed and constantly monitored simply for wanting to fulfill the goals of someone who had once saved him. Fat Gum understood that society needed time to change, so he continued to be the hero he had always been. He engaged in conversation with Izuku and Kirishima while trying to include Tamaki in their discussion. Later, after a few hours, they returned to the academy. This time, only Nizu and Izuku were in the limousine, as Aizawa had other matters to attend to. Nizu cheerfully asked how Izuku's first experience in the outside world had been over the past month. Izuku replied that he wasn't sure it could be considered an experience since he had been handcuffed the entire time. He had only been outside during the trip between the car and the building and had been required to answer questions without any gratitude shown to him. Despite his serious tone, he managed to bring a smile to Nizu's face. He added that it hadn't been all bad, at least it was a waste of time that didn't bore him. He thought about how the downfall of Overhaul would clear the way for Tamura, hoping he had helped, even if indirectly. Izuku had contemplated harming someone on more than one occasion, often with clear and reasonable motives related to his goals. However, he had never felt such a strong urge as he did with the girl standing in front of him. Eri, a 6-year-old girl with white hair and red eyes, was slightly pale and barely over a meter tall. She was the reason for the operation that attacked Overhaul's hideout, which had achieved its objectives but at a great cost, including the loss of Night Eye, Mirio's seemingly permanent loss of his quirk, and several others injured to varying degrees. This mission had taken place nearly 2 weeks ago, and today Melissa had invited him to meet the girl. In the room were some classmates, including Kirishima, the 3 top students, Nizu, and Aizawa. The moment he heard that her quirk allowed her to rewind time without a set limit, the thought of quickly separating her from everyone and harming her crossed his mind. It was a quirk that seemed incredibly dangerous if not used properly, but once mastered, especially on the side of heroes, she could become invaluable. They could sustain any injuries without feeling the consequences in their lives, at least until that moment. If her quirk was as powerful as believed, it could even restore the body of a deceased person, though it was uncertain if their consciousness would return. These thoughts raced through his mind, and unsure if his expression betrayed him, he chose to stand behind Aizawa. However, as he listened to Eri's story, his murderous thoughts began to fade. Eri expressed her feelings about her scars, but before she could finish her sentence, she started to cry. Everyone tried to console her, but when they saw their efforts were in vain, Izuku decided to step in. He realized that no matter how much trouble she might cause in the future, he could not harm her. She was a being who had suffered so much in such a short time, it would be a cruelty beyond his understanding. He encouraged her not to feel ashamed of her scars and not to be sad about the pain they represented. He moved closer and sat in front of her, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt to reveal his own scars, which ranged from cuts and burns to marks from something that had pierced his skin. He pointed out his scars, showing her that each one told a story, some sad, some painful, and perhaps even some happy. He urged her not to feel pity for her own. Eri nodded, her spirits lifting as she wiped away her remaining tears. The others were quite surprised by Izuku's actions and how effective they had been. Nizu remarked that he never thought Izuku would have such a good rapport with young children. Izuku replied that he usually felt tempted to react harshly at the slightest complaint, but he believed the best way to teach someone was to lead by example, noting that he had many more scars than she did. Afterward, they continued to talk with Eri, but Izuku decided to step back. He had learned about her, thought about harming her, understood her story, and regretted that initial thought. He felt he had nothing more to offer her. As he left the room, he pondered Eri's quirk. According to Melissa, her rewinding speed surpassed the damage caused by One for All, making her quirk potentially one of the strongest in history, especially since it seemed to have no established limit. The possibilities regarding her quirk were fascinating. In these moments, he wished that All for One had granted him a quirk, allowing him to help Tamura better by stealing quirks like hers or those of Todoroki or Aizawa. But since he didn't possess such abilities, it remained just a thought. Lost in these reflections, he bumped into Tetsu, whom he liked to call Kirishima from Class B. After apologizing, Tetsu hurried off with some flyers, but one fell, and Izuku picked it up. It read, Cultural Festival of UA. Izuku sighed, thinking about yet another bothersome activity. He thought quietly while watching, realizing that it probably wouldn't be his problem since he wasn't likely to be involved. He left the scene and continued on his way. A week later, he never understood how he ended up involved in things he initially wanted no part of, yet there he was, their green-haired friend helping to set up a stage and connecting cables. The path to this point wasn't complicated either. The same day he saw the poster announcing the festival, their class ended up forming an impromptu band while the others prepared a choreography. Izuku thought he would be free from all of it, but Kirishima and Melissa insisted he participate. He agreed only to help them prepare. During this process, he experienced one of the strangest situations he had encountered lately. By chance, he found himself alone with Eri for a while, during which he reconsidered whether to take drastic action, but ultimately reached the same conclusion. During that time, he entertained her by teaching her how to play and balance pencils. Of course, the technique was akin to handling a knife, but she would discover that years later. While watching her try with determination, he noticed Mirio's and Melissa's obsession with making her smile during the festival, so he decided to let her be. Aside from that unusual situation, nothing strange had happened. Throughout the week of preparation, he spent his time organizing and moving things around, acting as the audience during rehearsals, and generally preparing the venue. But today was the day. He was observing the final arrangements, looking forward to finally resting. However, some issues arose, leading to confusion. They asked Melissa to quickly buy a rope, and she used her quirk to move at great speed. Yet, Melissa took longer than Izuku expected. Enjoying his free time, he quickly headed toward the academy entrance through a shortcut in the nearby forest. Coincidentally, he saw Melissa flying in with someone he quickly recognized as Gentle Criminal. Gentle Criminal and La Brava were on the ground beside him, both completely unconscious. As he watched them, he reflected on how fragile dreams and love were in the face of reality. He had always seen in novels, movies, series, books, and anime that feelings for loved ones and friends could overcome any evil. But before him stood irrefutable proof to the contrary. A pair of people who loved each other deeply, whose dreams were not the best but were vivid and pursued with great passion. Yet, no matter how hard they fought, everything had come crashing down around them. Amidst these thoughts, he sensed someone approaching, so he stood up and observed as Hound Dog and 4 clones of ectoplasm arrived. Hound Dog asked what he was doing there. Izuku walked through a shortcut in the forest toward the door, feeling that Melissa was taking too long. He encountered 2 individuals and informed them to alert others. He pointed to the path they had taken, explaining that one was Gentle Criminal and the other was La Brava, villains who were not particularly impressive but had a habit of posting videos of their heists. He noted that they were likely on their way to UA for that reason, gesturing to the damaged computer, which was the tool the girl had used to hack the security system. Both heroes were taken aback by how Izuku handled the situation and the details he shared. They proceeded with the protocol to arrest the 2 villains, taking them away while they remained unconscious. Afterward, Izuku decided to return to the class show, but on his way, he encountered Aizawa and Nizu, who were waiting near the entrance. Nizu mentioned that Hound Dog had informed him about Izuku confronting the 2 villains who aimed to disrupt the festival. He expressed gratitude, though he questioned whether Izuku's motives were entirely selfless. Izuku replied that he had nothing to lose, not even time, and that he had invested part of his daily life into the festival, only for a villain to come and ruin it. He stated that it was not something that would affect the League, so he saw no problem with it. Nizu remarked that even while being there, Izuku still worried about them. He stood up, curious about how a camera in the forest had barely captured a glimpse of Izuku, just a foot. Izuku explained that he had not been idle regarding his captivity, looking Nizu in the eyes. He concluded that while it was extremely difficult to enter, it was even harder to escape, especially since he was constantly being tracked. Nizu hoped he would never discover how to escape. Aizawa added that if Izuku were to leave, he would be leaving behind many good things and even better people, questioning whether that would be the right decision. Izuku acknowledged that it might be a terrible situation, but he believed it was the right choice. He gazed at the concert venue, reflecting on the essence of life, which was to kick through obstacles and keep moving toward one's goals. After those thoughts, he walked away in silence, wanting to see how well the show was going. As he walked, he recalled Gentle's words about being someone without dreams. Those words echoed in his mind, reminding him of similar things he had heard before. The more he thought about it, the more he found humor in the idea that everyone in the world needed a goal or dream to cling to, even if it was unconscious, as everyone had their own chains. 2 weeks later, Endeavor, the #1 hero, had officially risen to that position just days prior with the latest hero rankings. He stood with his fist raised in victory against what might be the strongest Nomu he had ever faced. The battle had just been broadcast live on television, with the entire class watching. However, when it ended and Dabi appeared in search of the creature's body, he was unsuccessful due to the arrival of the heroine Mirko. At that moment, Izuku realized that the villain urgently needed the body, which led him to understand that he could no longer remain there. He quietly made his way to his room. On the way, he contemplated the implications of such a Nomu appearing, knowing that only the doctor who produced them had access to such creatures. This suggested a possibility that he had contacted Tamura. He also learned that Kurogiri had been captured, but during that capture, a creature known as Gigantomachia appeared, whom the mist villain referred to as the most loyal servant of AFO. This indicated that the doctor would only lend his services to Tamura if the beast recognized him as a master. All these factors clicked in his mind, as he believed he was the one most devoted to their cause, yet he was the only one doing nothing in a school full of heroes. He realized he needed to change that immediately. He had enough confidence to know that Aizawa was no longer monitoring his tracking or the cameras, so it was time to act. Once in his room, he quickly prepared a backpack, filling it with his notebooks, as anything else he might need could easily be stolen. He changed clothes and began writing various letters. He left 2 on the desk, the first addressed to Nizu, thanking him for his trust in him and the security system, calling him foolish for thinking it was a good idea to keep him there, while still expressing gratitude for the experiences he had gained. The second letter was for the class, thanking them for making his presence less uncomfortable and for not having any unpleasant experiences. He encouraged them to train harder to become more competent. He then wrote 2 more letters, the first for Kirishima, apologizing for borrowing his student card to escape and detailing that he intended to return it after verifying its best uses. He expressed admiration for Kirishima as a great person and wished him a wonderful life, hoping he would never change, even if he was with the villains. The final letter was for Melissa, where he first reprimanded her regarding entertainment matters and encouraged her to become as strong as possible, making her future victories more interesting. He also thanked her for making his days more enjoyable and for her patience, noting that she was perhaps one of the only people he could call a friend in his life. Hours later, it was past 1 in the morning, and everyone was asleep. Izuku had not moved since the afternoon in his room. It seems that the text provided is incomplete. Please provide the full text that needs editing, and I will be happy to assist you in making it suitable for YouTube. It seems there was an error in the text provided. Please provide the full text that needs editing, and I will be happy to assist you in making it suitable for YouTube. He whispered softly to himself as he stood up, ready to begin his plan. With determination, he searched through a drawer in his desk for a butter knife he had taken from the building's kitchen, intending to use it as a lever for the painful part of his process. He would use the knife to separate a portion of the tracking collar that was stuck to his skin, and with a swift motion he would remove it entirely, leaving a mark on his neck that would never fade. Afterward, he would take Kirishima's student ID, his backpack, and the 2 letters, heading out to the balcony. He started to leap between the balconies of the rooms, carefully placing each letter in the respective recipient's room through the window space. Once he descended, he followed a route he knew well but moved slowly, taking his time to be cautious. It took him nearly an hour to reach the main entrance of UA. Once he crossed that threshold, there would be no turning back. Using a card to open the door at this hour would trigger an alarm that would alert the teachers, and the cameras would capture him in the short distance between the forest and the door. Taking a deep breath, he felt his heart racing. Once he stepped out from the bushes, he wouldn't be able to stop for at least the next 15 minutes. He pulled up his hood, prepared himself, and launched forward. In the blink of an eye, he was at the door, opening it just as a light at the entrance began to flicker, signaling that the teachers had been notified of a student opening the door at this hour. But he didn't care, he was already outside. He glanced back at the academy and noticed a camera positioned above him. With a playful wink, he began to run, leaving Kirishima's card behind at the entrance. There was no time to stop now, he was sprinting toward his freedom. Although he was free, he wasn't sure how long he could maintain it. He quickly made his way down to the city's suburbs, seeking refuge in the darker, more dangerous neighborhoods. As he dashed through the alleys, he couldn't resist climbing onto a small booth. From there, he gazed at the moon, a wide smile spreading across his face as he let out a joyful shout. His moment had finally arrived. As morning broke, everything seemed normal, but in Izuku's room, the situation was quite different. A mouse sat on his bed. Nizu, the director of the most prestigious hero academy, was reading a letter that Izuku had left behind. A smile graced Nizu's face, though it was more a reflection of annoyance than anything else. The boy had laughed in his face, called him foolish, and managed to escape right under the surveillance cameras using a classmate's access card. Despite the possibility of such an escape being considered, Nizu never imagined Izuku would find a way to bypass the sensors and cameras. Given the time, if his tracker had been detected, alarms would have sounded, but Nizu had not anticipated Izuku's cleverness. Nizu shifted his gaze to his other paw, where the tracking collar that had been attached to Izuku's skin lay. The dried blood and bits of skin that had been removed were now also drying out. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, looking at the director. He quickly took action, having been informed that the access card belonged to Eijiro Kirishima. Doubting this information, he grabbed the tablet tracking Izuku and rushed to Kirishima's room, bursting in and waking him up. Without a word, he dashed to Izuku's room, only to find it empty. However, the tracker remained, along with the remnants of skin and blood from its removal, and the butter knife that had been used to cut it off. Aizawa returned to his own room to review the security footage. After a few minutes of searching, he finally spotted Izuku, wearing a hood, winking at the entrance camera. He immediately reported this to the director. Nizu remarked that he had been wrong to trust the students not to venture out at that hour, but it was a mistake to think Izuku wouldn't take advantage of the situation. Aizawa informed him that the heroes and police were already aware of the situation, had the description and all relevant data, along with a warrant for Izuku's capture. Nizu looked at the paper and explained that it was a letter addressed to him, while pointing to another letter meant for the class. He admitted that he had been called foolish, which he accepted as fair, acknowledging that he had trusted too much in the idea that someone could never escape, and that had ultimately happened. He placed the letter on the bed. Aizawa mentioned that he had spoken with Kirishima, who had not noticed that his card was missing from his backpack. Kirishima also mentioned receiving a letter, which he had thrown out the window. In it, Midoriya apologized for taking the card. Aizawa then focused on the desk and asked if Midoriya had left anything for his mother. Nizu replied that there was no sense of attachment between them. It seemed there was no resentment, and to both, the other felt as if they had ceased to exist. He stood up, stating that they needed to inform her for legal reasons. After their conversation, they left the room, instructing a thorough search, but nothing unusual was found. The only items taken were a backpack, notebooks, and one piece of clothing given to him. Meanwhile, Izuku had been out of the academy for less than 12 hours and had already confronted over 30 people, targeting specific items. For instance, he had stolen various clothes and some knives from a group of bullies to use in his encounters with others. He even surprised some individuals who were simply socializing, attacking them in search of more knives. This would be the pattern for the next 12 hours. In the early morning, he would approach a group of young people nearby, incapacitating all but one, whom he threatened to call the police to a nearby location for a fabricated reason. After the young man made the call, Izuku knocked him out as well and took everyone to an abandoned house nearby, then ran to the location he had indicated to the police, hiding to wait for their arrival. He thought that no more than 2 officers should come, watching as a patrol car parked. As 2 officers stepped out, one resembling a bird, he prepared himself. He had taken a metal object and a chain he found earlier. When they were just 2 meters away, he jumped and delivered a direct kick to one officer's face, then dropped to his knee, hitting the other officer in the stomach. He quickly turned and struck the bird-like officer's foot with the metal object, causing him to fall. Without allowing either officer to react, he quickly chained them both and delivered a firm blow to their heads, leaving them incapacitated. He moved them inside the building, took their weapons and car keys, and opened the trunk of their vehicle. Inside, he found a couple of firearms with regular and blank ammunition. He placed all the knives and items he had collected over the past 24 hours into the trunk, then entered the car. The first thing he did was remove the tracking chip and radio, tossing them out before starting the vehicle and driving away. At first, driving was challenging since he had only practiced a few times, but after some practical learning, he got the hang of it. Once he reached the highway, it became easier, and he headed north, recalling that the last sighting of Gigantomachia was in the northern forests of the country. He aimed to find him, hoping to locate Shigaraki. After driving for about 4 to 5 hours, around 6 in the morning, he entered a forest along the roadside, where he drove for a few minutes to hide the car well. He planned to rest and organize his weapons. As he checked the trunk, he counted 24 knives, 4 pistols, 3 metal rods, a submachine gun, and a shotgun with blank ammunition. He spent some time arranging his weapons into a bag and on his person, then took a water bottle and began walking through the forest in the direction he had driven, knowing it would take a considerable amount of time, but it didn't seem excessive since he had just rested. 11 hours later, after walking for about 10 hours and taking 2 half-hour breaks, he finally reached the city where Gigantomachia had last been located. He entered and navigated through the alleys, as it was still early enough that the foot traffic was manageable. For the next 2 hours, he walked through the city, avoiding a couple of attempted assaults and acquiring a few more knives for his arsenal. By early morning, he found himself back in the forest and decided to seek a hidden spot to rest. After about half an hour of walking deeper into the woods, he was preparing to sleep in a small cave when he heard the faint sound of a radio breaking the silence. Alert, he grabbed one of the metal objects and cautiously approached the source of the noise. There, he found Gigantomachia, in a smaller form but still larger than a massive rock, sleeping. The only thing that helped Izuku recognize him was the radio hanging from his body. Deciding to leave him be, he opted to rest for a couple of hours before planning to approach him the next day. 6 days later, the League of Villains had been active since their betrayal of Overhaul during the hero's attack, focusing on conflicts with various groups. Smaller villain organizations had just experienced a significant event. In fact, they were currently engaged in a heated discussion because Spinner had grown tired of their recent actions and was demanding a clear answer from Shigaraki about their next steps. Suddenly, a slight tremor shook the ground, causing everyone to pause and step outside. They gazed in awe at Gigantomachia, towering over them at more than 12 meters tall, massive and imposing as always. Gigantomachia then began to speak. "Are you the successor of All for One?" Kurogiri asked, pausing in his tracks. Tamura contemplated the enormous figure before him. He realized that this was the power Kurogiri had sought. Gigantomachia, with a tone of challenge, expressed that he had served All for One for a long time. He questioned why he should now serve the successor. This marked the first encounter between the villain and his master servant, leading to a fierce battle between the League and Machia. Despite their efforts, they were unable to inflict any damage, and the doctor intervened, communicating with them through the radio of the massive being. Machia lamented the weakness of his master's successor, his cries echoing in the air. As they were being pulled away from the scene, Izuku arrived, following the sounds of destruction and Machia's anguished cries. He found the colossal villain wreaking havoc around him. Izuku observed the chaos and remarked to himself that it was just another tantrum. He discarded his weapons beneath a tree and picked up a piece of metal, determined to see if it would work this time. Gigantomachia paused and turned toward the green-haired hero, recognizing him once again. As the story unfolded, the doctor, known for his expertise in creating nomus, had been instrumental in helping All for One advance his plans over the decades. He had just promised Shigaraki everything he possessed to serve and assist him, but only if Shigaraki could prove himself worthy of being recognized by Gigantomachia as a suitable successor. After settling that matter, the doctor sent the albino and the other members back to their location, except for Dabi, who claimed he knew someone who could be an ally and chose not to return. Upon their arrival, they were surprised to find that Machia was already gone. It had been less than 7 minutes since they left, and his lamenting seemed far from over. Tamura, filled with frustration, wondered where Machia could have gone, but his thoughts were interrupted by a loud crash. The area they had just vacated was now in ruins, the massive villain wreaking havoc on the building. Before anyone could respond, Shigaraki felt a hand on his shoulder. Izuku greeted Shigaraki, expressing that following Makia for nearly a week had finally led him to this moment. To everyone's surprise, Shigaraki embraced him tightly, a gesture he had never expected. After a brief moment, they separated. Tamura expressed his happiness at Izuku's return, and Izuku reciprocated, though he turned his gaze toward the colossal villain, suggesting they save their conversation for later. Time was of the essence. Gigantomachia had turned to see the green-haired boy and the group that had just returned. Tamura stepped forward, declaring it was time for Makia to learn who his new master was. A month and a half later, Melissa Shield, the heir to One for All, found herself in her room on a Saturday morning, struggling to focus on her studies for the upcoming exams. Ever since receiving Izuku's letter and witnessing the chaos during the battles with Class B, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. After reading Izuku's letter, she realized she needed to improve, and she had been gradually increasing the limits of her power. However, learning that One for All contained additional quirks from its previous users left her feeling uncertain about her path. The notion that it was unfair weighed heavily on her mind. She understood what it was like to have no quirk at all, and initially, it felt unjust for someone to be granted such immense power out of nowhere. Yet, she had come to appreciate the hard work required to control it. Now, discovering that there were 7 more quirks within One for All, which, while not extraordinary on their own, became significantly more powerful when combined with the original quirk, left her questioning if anyone in the world, even someone like her, deserved such potential for growth. She reflected on how Izuku had managed to become who he was, working tirelessly to cultivate something from nothing and turning it into something remarkable. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted her. Upon opening it, she found Todoroki waiting. Melissa greeted him with a smile, asking what he needed. Todoroki informed her that he had spoken with Endeavor, who agreed to accept her and Bakugo for practice with their licenses alongside him. He showed her the email, clarifying that they were to be treated as heroes, not as friends of his son, so she would need to call him Shoto. Melissa, feeling a rush of excitement, agreed but questioned why he hadn't just sent her the email. Todoroki explained that he intended to go with both of them, but they both knew how Bakugo could be. He then asked if he could come in, to which she nodded. He continued, expressing that he hoped he didn't seem intrusive, but he wanted to know about the black whip that had appeared the other day. The girl immediately questioned him, leaving no room for doubt. She looked at him intently for a few seconds, but knowing that the whole class would eventually find out, she decided to reveal her secret not only to him but also to Bakugo. She called him outside, wanting both of them to know. She trusted that they would keep her secret safe, and since they would be working with her for the next few months, she hoped to count on their support and assistance. Once Bakugo arrived, she explained the situation and began to recount her entire story, from the beginning, including how she acquired the One for All, how Izuku had met her, and how he had saved her on 2 occasions, one of which involved her being his target and everything that followed. Meanwhile, with the League, Gigantomachia had become perhaps the biggest problem since the organization's inception. Izuku and Tamura had been fighting him for the month and a half since they found him. They could only rest 3 hours a day while he slept, but due to his resilience and the way he slept, it was impossible to take any action during that time. They used those hours to sleep and meet their basic needs like eating or using the restroom. They had barely slept, and usually, they let Tamura rest by having everyone else in the league engage in the fight, which meant Izuku had gotten the least amount of rest. However, he didn't mind. Whenever it was mentioned, he always responded the same way. He felt he needed to make up for the 2 months he had spent doing nothing useful. As for the others in the league, Dabi returned with the news that the negotiations had failed and that a potential ally was no longer an option. The rest had been visiting various locations to gather resources and information about any significant events happening in the world while they were engaged in their battles. But today was different. While Shigaraki and Izuku fought against Makia, Compress received a call from Jiren, the league's runner who had brought most of the current members together. He had been out of contact for weeks, but today he called. However, after Compress and Twice, who was beside him, complained, it was revealed that it was someone else using Jiren's phone. This person introduced himself as Redestro and claimed to have captured Jiren. He stated that if they wanted to recover him alive, they needed to go to Daika, where his organization, the Quirk Liberation Army, was located. This organization had its origins with the infamous villain Destro, the father of the current leader, who was considered to be on the same level as All for One due to his power and actions. Destro had died in prison, where he wrote a book that sparked much debate over his ideology regarding the complete freedom of quirks. This organization had deified him, and although they had not been as active as before, they dedicated themselves to crushing any idols that could overshadow Destro's legacy. They were based in Daika, a small city with easily controlled access routes, meaning the entire city was under their influence. They aimed to subdue the League, as their influence had grown significantly, along with the figure of Stain. However, since the events in Hosu, Stain had reduced his activity and worked alone, making him difficult to locate. In contrast, the League and its associates had managed to take some action. The timing was quite fortuitous, as the two villains hurried to arrive just as Gigantomachia was settling down to sleep, allowing them to inform Shigaraki of the situation. This sparked a debate, as the albino was not entirely convinced about the idea of going. After all, Jiren was just a runner who would support whoever paid him better. However, Twice convinced him otherwise, asserting that the only reason Redestro had contacted them was that Jiren had said nothing during his weeks of interrogation. If Shigaraki was unwilling to go, Twice would go alone. After Dabi and Compress supported Twice, Shigaraki decided to join the mission. Throughout the unfolding situation, Izuku chose to remain silent, believing that given his time away, he should simply contribute to whatever was proposed. After a quick journey to the relatively nearby city, they found themselves at one of the few entrances, observing it like a ghost town, as it appeared deserted and in disarray. Redestro's voice echoed through a loudspeaker on a post, welcoming Shigaraki Tamura and the League of Villains. He assumed their visit was to surrender and prevent Jiren from being killed. A complete silence followed, with Shigaraki staring at a camera that was watching them. Redestro continued, expressing disappointment that they had not come to surrender, and ominously declared that they would all die alongside Jiren. After that he fell silent, and they watched as armed individuals began to appear, powers ready to attack. Izuku thought to himself that it seemed his first act of violence would be accompanied by others as he drew a knife and a pistol. As always, thank you for reading the story. I hope you enjoyed it and that you are well. In a small, remote city named Daika, devastation reigned. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, the air thick with the scent of blood, and the central area lay in ruins. Shigaraki stood amidst the chaos, his hair whiter than ever, with a broken arm and tattered clothing. Before him lay a completely defeated Redestro, unconscious, while behind him, Gigantomachia wept with joy at the sight of the albino, a living embodiment of the destruction and power once wielded by All for One. In the city, flames from Dabi's battle with an ice user named Geeton consumed various areas, while hundreds of clones of Twice roamed the streets. Among them, a group carried a gravely injured Himiko Toga toward the center. In a more secluded part of the city, where no signs of life remained, numerous members of the Liberation Army lay dead, many from gunshot wounds, others from cuts or stab wounds inflicted by various objects. In one of the buildings, the architect of the massacre, Izuku, had used every weapon and object he could find to eliminate anyone who crossed his path. However, his last action had left him in a dire state. He lay on his back, staring at the ceiling with his remaining eye, which seemed to be losing its spark of life. His right side was nearly non-existent, missing a leg and an arm, with part of his torso also gone. His face was severely damaged, and he bore multiple wounds across the rest of his body. The way he had reached this point was through a desperate fight. After using knives, bullets, and makeshift weapons, he faced his most challenging opponent, one who possessed a quirk that allowed him to attract and then launch objects like torpedoes. Izuku attempted to use a gas canister to create a distraction, but it backfired when his opponent used his quirk to launch a blast of air, causing the gas to explode beside him. Although he was left in this state, his plan would still work, as the enemy would approach to finish him off. Izuku intended to use the bullet he had planned for the gas to shoot him in the face when he got close enough. And so, he lay there, broken but clinging to life, the member of the league furthest from the others. He recalled a time years ago when he had been in a similar situation, remembering the day he met Tamura. He had done everything he could to never be defeated again, yet here he was. He was losing blood, one of his lungs was severely damaged, and he struggled to breathe. He felt his organs slipping away from the side that no longer existed while his vision blurred. Despite this, he felt no pain, heard no sounds, and his heart beat slower with each passing moment. 2 weeks later, Shigaraki Tamura had gained the power of Gigantomachia after the battle against Redestro, along with the resources of the Doctor. He also gained control over the Liberation Army, as their leader recognized that aligning with the albino would indirectly fulfill his father's dream and that of the entire organization. All members of the League had experienced significant boosts in their abilities, including Tamura himself, making them a formidable force capable of confronting the heroes directly and likely emerging victorious. Above all, Shigaraki had acquired an even greater power, or rather, a herald equally powerful as Makia in many aspects Izuku. He had been found by a group of Twice clones and was being taken to the center to contact the Doctor. What would follow was one of 3 possible ways to obtain a quirk. The first is natural, the second is through induction, and the last is through forced mutation. This last method was the most dangerous, as the individual's body must undergo significant exposure to compel it to mutate in a desperate attempt to survive. Given Izuku's condition, the Doctor deemed this procedure a good idea not only to save him but also to ensure that if he survived, he would be even stronger than before. These thoughts raced through Shigaraki's mind as he sat on a makeshift throne, facing the members of the League. Redestro was delivering a speech to motivate and justify their union, as both Toga and Dabi had garnered much resentment for the deaths they caused during the battle, but Izuku's rampage had been the most significant. Shigaraki glanced at Izuku, who stood beside him, transformed into someone entirely different. Now towering nearly 2 meters tall, he had massive wings extending 4 meters on either side, made of black feathers that were incredibly resilient. His right arm had morphed into a dark substance that formed a claw-like hand, a transformation mirrored in his other missing limbs. His damaged face had been repaired by the same material, leaving him with one side of his face blackened, his eyes now a deep black, matching his hair. The more Shigaraki observed him, the more he felt a strange sensation. The boy he had taken in years ago, who had trained and supported him, was now an entirely different being. As Shigaraki watched Izuku, he noticed that Izuku was fixated on another figure with wings hawks, who had been in contact with the League even before Endeavor's battle. After the victory against the Nomu, he was constantly monitored, but it seemed that little by little, he had earned everyone's trust. However, our protagonist remained wary, having observed the situation since waking up 2 days ago. Later, the regular members of the League were seated around a round table, accompanied by the Doctor and Redestro, with Izuku absent as he was outside testing his powers. Shigaraki stated that he would get straight to the point, announcing that he would be away for several months while the Doctor acclimated his body for the all-for-one power. He indicated the Doctor, explaining that it seemed Sensei had implanted it at some point, but he had not been able to activate it. During his absence, Redestro would be in charge, while everyone else would prepare for upcoming plans, and several members of the army would seek to recruit more individuals into their ranks. Shigaraki also mentioned that they would work on expanding Destro's book and attempt to locate Stain to incorporate his ideology into the organization. As the albino organized everything for his extended absence, our protagonist, now with black hair, was soaring through Daika, a city undergoing reconstruction after its recent destruction. The world had not overlooked the devastation, but aside from the following day, there was little media coverage of the event, allowing him to be confident that there were no reporters in the area. Though his personality was quite serious and distant, he couldn't help but wear a huge smile as he flew at high speeds, letting out shouts of excitement as he reached the highest points he could manage, mindful of the oxygen levels. He had always imagined having a quirk. No matter how many years passed, he sometimes wished that Sensei would call him to congratulate him on his dedication and reward him with a quirk to become even more useful. However, that never happened. He never experienced a late development of a quirk. He had never been able to achieve it before, but now he had succeeded thanks to the doctor and his own failure in battle. He didn't regret the pain that came with that mistake. In fact, he felt grateful that his greatest failure had been that. All his energy and happiness faded when he looked toward the city and saw Hawks walking down a street parallel to the main one. He decided to descend quickly, landing a few meters in front of the hero. Izuku thought to himself that he needed to improve his landing as he noticed the ground had cracked where he had fallen. He looked into Hawks' eyes and mentioned that he had learned Hawks had been in contact with Dabi for months. Hawks replied that it had been just over 3 months, but he was curious about Izuku. He had heard that Izuku had managed to escape from UA in a rather clean manner, causing quite a stir. He expressed his surprise and asked how Izuku had obtained a quirk. Izuku questioned why Hawks wanted to know that and stepped closer. Hawks explained it was simple curiosity, noting that some from the army had believed Izuku was actually dead. Izuku clarified that it wasn't a natural quirk, nor had it been given to him, so he felt there was no need to explain it in detail. Hawks, impressed, expressed that it was a pleasure to meet Izuku and hoped they would work well together to achieve the organization's goals. He walked past Izuku, waving goodbye. As Hawks continued on his way, he glanced back at Izuku, who did the same. Izuku was certain that, unlike Dabi or Twice, Hawks would keep a close watch on him, so he knew he had to act with caution. Kyudai Garaki, the doctor known in the normal world as the director of a hospital in Jaku, operated under the pseudonym Daruma Ujiko. He was a prestigious doctor who had risen to the position of hospital director after years of hard work. However, he was always a villain, a long-lived one at that, over 120 years old, only slightly younger than All for One. His quirk of longevity allowed him to appear as an elderly man. After his battle against All Might over 6 years ago, he had transferred his power to the aforementioned villain, leaving him with a replica that would allow him to live a bit longer than he would have otherwise. On this particular day, he was heading to work, which he only attended a couple of days a week, greeting everyone normally. But it was not an ordinary day. There were no heroes on the streets of Jaku, and very few nationwide. Only the passers-by seemed to notice the unusual absence. As he approached his office, he saw on the cameras that Endeavor and Mirko, 2 of the top 5 heroes, had entered his hospital, accompanied by 6 other heroes. He rushed to a secret door hidden behind cabinets and began descending the stairs at full speed. The camera monitoring Shigaraki was located in a secret laboratory, and it was only at 70% completion, meaning it would take another month to be ready. He needed to use the teleportation quirk of the Mini Nomu to get Shigaraki out of there as quickly as possible. However, as he neared his destination, Mirko appeared, using her quirk to swiftly take him down. In the chaos, he released the other Nomus present, 2 black ones and 1 white, while 5 black and 10 white Nomus charged toward the approaching heroes. The doctor found himself on the ground, his age and the impact causing him more harm than he anticipated. As he watched the area begin to crumble, he desperately tried to crawl toward Shigaraki to awaken him. Meanwhile, in Daika, Izuku understood that a person could still be good even if their decisions were wrong or harmful to others. Conversely, someone could remain bad even if they made good choices for themselves and the world. He had known this truth for a long time, as he embodied it himself. Aside from the massacre he had committed months ago, he had never killed anyone or harmed anyone without reason. If he had, it was never for the sake of causing pain. This thought resurfaced in his mind as he witnessed Hawks standing over the lifeless body of Twice, a villain who had done terrible things but was, at his core, a pure person. Izuku recognized that Hawks understood this too. As he entered the room calmly, he noted that it made sense for Hawks to have targeted Twice first. He was the easiest to eliminate, and his quirk posed significant problems. Izuku had been taking a nap when a loud commotion awakened him. The heroes had attacked, and Makia reacted immediately. He rushed out of the room, and as he prepared to fly outside, he heard Twice's desperate scream. He hurried to the scene he now found himself in. He realized he should have been more vigilant while watching over Twice. Checking the villain's status, he confirmed that Twice was indeed dead. It was unfortunate. While he didn't care much, he didn't believe Twice deserved this fate. As he spread his wings and gazed into the hero's eyes with his strikingly different colored orbs, an explosion erupted behind him. Dabi, in a frenzied state, appeared, hurling insults at Hawks and confirming Twice's death. During the battle outside, a couple of Twice's clones had vanished, leading Dabi directly to where Hawks was. Izuku decided to leave the situation to Dabi and quickly exited the room as Dabi began unleashing bursts of flames, slowly targeting the hero. The dark-haired Izuku took off, flying toward the entrance. However, as he observed how organized the heroes were, he realized they must have also gone after Shigaraki, leaving him unable to act. He began sprinting to gain speed for flight, striking several heroes along the way. Finally, he leaped powerfully, launching himself far into the air and flying as fast as he could, evading anyone who might try to stop him. Midnight's voice echoed through the chaos, alerting everyone that the winged boy they had been anticipating, Izuku Midoriya, was heading in their direction. The heroine warned the heroes in Jakku over the radio. Izuku knew it would take a few minutes, but despite his focus, he couldn't shake off thoughts of what had happened with Twice. After all, before they were heroes or villains, they were people with dreams, problems, and everything that comes with it, yet society still fails to understand that. Minutes later, in Daika, only a short time had passed since they entered the hospital, but Shigaraki managed to awaken and escape the state of death he had fallen into when he was prematurely revived. The doctor succeeded at the cost of being arrested, and while he was taken away, the albino unintentionally destroyed the entire building with the activation of his quirk. Now, just moments later, Endeavor, Melissa, Bakugo, Todoroki, Aizawa, Rocklock, and Gran Torino were overwhelming Shigaraki. He possessed the full power of All for One and had an idea of how to use it, but he lacked the capability and experience to unleash its full potential. As a result, he was being beaten by the heroes. When he attempted to corrode the ground with his quirk to affect them, he couldn't reach them. The wielder of One for All used her black whips and levitation quirk to keep everyone off the ground while the effect lasted. The girl had excelled exceptionally in recent months, learning to optimally use 2 of the 7 quirks available. She had also achieved a common usage of 24% of One for All and could push it to 50% if she overexerted herself, allowing her to hold her own against Shigaraki in a one-on-one without completely breaking down. Shigaraki was now completely overwhelmed. The regeneration quirk he had from All for One was the only thing keeping him in the fight. However, he was now possibly just seconds away from defeat, having been struck by 2 fire blasts while being restrained by a black whip and hit by a significant explosion. He wouldn't withstand another attack, but before the heroes could launch another combined assault, Izuku arrived, flying at full speed, scooping him up in his arms and pulling him away from the heroes. All the heroes turned to look at the new villain in the sky. Izuku hovered between the morning sun and his opponents, and they quickly recognized him. Hawks had passed information to Endeavor about Destro's ideology, indicating that one of the major threats was the boy who escaped from UA. There he was, with his large size and enormous wings, his body and face covered in dark material, and his dark eyes surveying everyone. For a moment, his azure orbs met Melissa's, revealing a mix of shock, fear, and helplessness at what their friend had become, while his expression remained unchanged. Izuku thought about how they both knew this day would come and urged her not to look at him like that, reminding himself that she should have been prepared for this. He decided to land, placing Shigaraki on the ground as he caught his breath and began to regenerate more slowly than before due to the exhaustion and strain of using his quirk without a body accustomed to it. He asked Shigaraki if he was all right, placing a clawed hand on his shoulder, and inquired how long it would take him to recover. Shigaraki replied with a voice and tone that were completely different, saying he didn't think it would take long now that he was in control. As soon as Izuku heard that voice, his skin reacted, and his eyes widened in surprise. He recognized that voice and understood what those words meant. Izuku thought about All for One and questioned what he meant by saying he was in control now. All for One explained that Tamura was incapable of mastering his power, so he decided to take control for the time being. The heroes prepared to attack, but Izuku, concerned about what had happened with Shigaraki, decided to end things quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Melissa, sending her flying with a punch into some debris. He then kicked Gran Torino in the side and grabbed Bakugo by the face, slamming him into the ground before launching him toward Rocklock. At that moment, instinctively he folded his wings, using them as a shield against Todoroki's flames. Todoroki was using his ice side to try to accelerate the cooling process for Endeavor and his fire side to attack, but he was interrupted when Izuku broke through the flames and punched him in the stomach, leaving him on the ground. Izuku was about to strike again when the hero top intervened, taking the hit and unleashing the strongest flame he could generate at that moment to push Izuku back, but he ended up collapsing as well. Izuku questioned whether All for One was serious when he said, "For now," expressing his distrust of the villain as he fell back to his side. All for One remarked on Izuku's skepticism, assuring him that it was only temporary and that once they finished here, he would allow Shigaraki to do as he pleased with the power. Izuku, feeling the weight of his mentor's past and who he was, firmly stated that he wouldn't be surprised if All for One wanted to maintain control after experiencing freedom in a young, strong body again. All for One acknowledged that it wasn't something he had planned but could consider, questioning whether Shigaraki would agree if he knew he could fulfill his dream. Izuku looked directly into AFO's eyes, expressing his certainty. He acknowledged that in the past he might have considered it, but now he was resolute. AFO's desire was not to destroy, it was to rule, to gain power and possess whatever he desired. As he spoke, he moved closer in a threatening manner, creating an atmosphere of tension. In a sudden turn, Melissa launched a kick at Izuku, using 50% of her power. He easily dodged her attack and grabbed her face, mirroring the action with AFO, who attempted to strike him as he turned to confront Melissa. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Both One for All and All for One used Izuku as a conduit, with AFO trying to reach for Melissa's quirk. This led to a battle within Izuku's consciousness, where his body became the battleground for the 9 wielders of One for All and the 2 of All for One. Izuku witnessed Shigaraki being suppressed by the original quirk's holder, while Melissa remained unable to move. In that brief encounter, many things transpired, but in the outside world, it was merely an instant. Izuku fell to the ground, momentarily confused. However, when he stood up, clarity washed over him. He declared his intent to crush everyone and bring Shigaraki back, his voice filled with fury. He charged first at Melissa, who had regained her composure, but on his way, he punched Bakugo, who tried to intervene, sending him crashing into some debris. Thanks to that distraction, Melissa activated 50% of her power, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Despite her efforts, Izuku's new form gave him the upper hand. Within seconds, he delivered a powerful upward kick that sent her flying. He then had to dodge a compressed water projectile from AFO, who had fully recovered. The small size of the attack belied its strength, capable of piercing through his defenses. Izuku evaded it and charged at AFO, only to stop when AFO unleashed a long, claw-like attack. He managed to block and destroy it but had to dodge another assault, reminiscent of the air cannon AFO had used against All Might. The battle unfolded with Izuku skillfully dodging and countering attacks, pushing Melissa away from the conflict while dealing increasingly powerful blows. After several attempts, he finally knocked her out of the fight. This routine continued until he stood directly in front of AFO, ready to strike. However, when he saw AFO's eyes shift to those of the familiar Shigaraki, he froze in surprise. His astonishment left him vulnerable as AFO quickly changed tactics, unleashing a combination of quirks that severely injured Izuku's left side and followed up with a powerful punch that sent him flying. Izuku landed on his feet, but the injury was grave. His quirk began to heal the wound, but he knew that if he sustained more damage like that, he would eventually succumb to his injuries, especially those from the earlier battle in Daika. Then, Makia arrived, a potential ally or another enemy, crashing through everything in his path to reach them, accompanied by the original League of Villains, minus Toga, and one of the commanders from the Liberation Army. Dabi acknowledged the presence of Shoto and Endeavor, greeting them with a casual remark. Izuku, filled with anger, demanded answers about Shigaraki's intentions. He insisted on knowing whether Shigaraki would achieve his goal or if they would win. The group fell silent, confused by his question and its implications. AFO explained that Izuku was upset because he had taken control of Shigaraki's body, as Shigaraki was unable to manage AFO's power at that moment. Upon hearing this, the others recognized the truth, and Makia expressed joy at the sight of his true master. Spinner attempted to convince Izuku that Shigaraki would have wanted this if it meant victory, but Izuku firmly rejected the notion. He argued that Shigaraki would not regain his body, he was merely a new vessel, already powerful in his own right. AFO's goal was not destruction but domination. Dabi interrupted, asserting that Izuku had no right to decide their course of action. The League's objective was to change society, regardless of whether Shigaraki was at the forefront. He admonished Izuku not to impose his personal desires onto their mission. A tense silence followed as the weary heroes observed the situation. Izuku, having just regenerated, looked down, realizing that the League only cared about their goals. Izuku positioned himself for takeoff, declaring that if the others wouldn't help him bring back Shigaraki and destroy everything alongside him, that was their choice. He lifted his gaze to the other members, vowing that he would take them all down and destroy the world alone with Shigaraki. Without giving anyone a moment to respond, Izuku suddenly appeared above Gigantomachia, crashing down onto the soldier and his equipment. Dabi turned in fury, ready to unleash a flame attack, but Izuku struck both of his arms, forcing him to redirect the attack. Then, Izuku seized Dabi by the neck, leaning in close. He whispered the name, Tuya Todoroki, causing Dabi's eyes to widen in surprise just before Izuku snapped his neck. However, he had to pull away as Makia attempted to strike him. Before he could hit the ground, Izuku was hit by a blast from All for One's air cannon, sending him flying. Yet, in less than a second, he was back at Makia's side, delivering a well-placed punch that temporarily knocked him out of the fight. Though slightly battered, the dark mass of Izuku's quirk continued to repair his injuries. He didn't hesitate, using all his strength and speed to dodge another attack from Makia, countering with a blow powerful enough to send him crashing into several buildings. Even at his maximum size, Makia was still vulnerable. But then, a knife flew straight toward Izuku's eye. He froze in midair for a moment, processing the situation before pulling the knife out with a grimace. His gaze turned to the one who had thrown it, Spinner, who, along with Compress, had managed to jump off Makia just before the collision. That action sealed their fate. Without waiting for his eye to heal, Izuku was instantly among them, snatching the lizard sword and using it to decapitate Compress, killing him instantly. He then plunged the sword into Spinner's chest. From a distance, the heroes seized the opportunity to regroup. With the arrival of Tenya Ida and Nijire Hado as support, they sent the more injured members, like Aizawa and Bakugo, to safety. Bakugo had sustained far more damage than anyone else in his attempts to stop Izuku. Although none of them were truly fit to fight, they watched helplessly, astonished by the brutality of their former ally as he took down those he had once fought alongside. Izuku was completely unhinged at this moment. He had just killed two people with whom he had shared a close bond during his time in the League, but he felt no remorse. Nothing mattered to him anymore. If any hero, even Melissa, had tried to intervene, he would have killed them without hesitation. However, in the midst of the chaos, Izuku made the mistake of pausing. As soon as he did, he was met with a barrage of attacks from All for One. He managed to dodge them, but he didn't notice that a now smaller Gigantomachia was attacking from behind, tackling him, and sending him crashing to the ground. Makia, now only 5 meters tall, still possessed great speed and strength, easily immobilizing Izuku. Though he managed to break free, he lost his entire right wing in the process, retreating as darkness began to envelop his body. After some time of Izuku evading attacks, a fierce battle unfolded between the heralds of All for One and Shigaraki. Their fight was so wild that they seemed more like beasts than conscious beings. Although Makia was superior in endurance, Izuku excelled in skill and speed. Yet, he felt himself being increasingly overwhelmed and covered in darkness, often attacked by All for One as well. Surprisingly, the dark-haired hero was gradually breaking down the villain's defenses. For nearly half an hour, they exchanged devastating blows. More heroes arrived, but none dared to intervene. Only a couple remained to watch the fight, while the others focused on rescuing civilians from the devastated area of Jakku. This battle couldn't last much longer, as Izuku, despite losing his legs and wings, achieved the impossible. He broke Makia, tearing off his head after shattering the armor around his neck until it was weak enough. As time passed, the day grew overcast. Izuku found himself in a familiar position, lying on the ground, unable to move or know what to do next. All for One approached, looking down at him with a malicious smile, expressing his surprise at Izuku's ability to defeat Gigantomachia, admitting that even in his prime, it would have been a challenge. He knelt beside Izuku, grabbing him by the hair, and expressed his disappointment. Using that power and everything you could muster to eliminate those who stood in your way to reclaim Shigaraki was explained as he lifted him by the hair. Although he didn't particularly enjoy it, he admitted to having a certain fondness for Shigaraki and had only intended to use him until he could free his original body from Tartarus. However, this new body was a perfect vessel. For a few seconds, he began to condense a small amount of water in his hand, then used it under pressure like a sword, severing Izuku's left arm, leaving him with only his right arm and head. Blood mixed with dark matter flowed from him as he gazed down at the ground. The villain expressed his anger, stating that everything Izuku had done to stop him would not come cheap. He intended to take Izuku with him, to heal him, and then to torment him for a time until he was on the brink of death. Only then would he help him, but by turning him into a Nomu. From that moment on, Izuku would be forced to watch as the villain lived in Shigaraki's body, doing whatever he pleased, completely ignoring Shigaraki's desires and consuming his consciousness, while Izuku would have to obey without question, even against his will. After those words, the villain erupted into laughter, looking at Izuku, who suddenly seemed to start sobbing. The villain lifted Izuku's chin to see his tear-filled eyes. He found amusement in Izuku's tears, laughing maniacally. Izuku, through his tears, expressed his sorrow, apologizing to Shigaraki for failing him repeatedly and admitting that he had not been able to fulfill his orders. He confessed that his only goal had been to see Shigaraki achieve his own, and he felt useless for not being able to save him. However, he resolved that at least he could leave Shigaraki free. The villain's smug, mocking smile faded when he felt a sudden pain in his chest. Izuku had used his remaining strength to pierce the villain's heart, tearing through his chest and causing a significant blow. As he withdrew his arm, he saw the villain's expression change. With his last breath, the villain called out Izuku's name. Then, the albino fell to the ground, lifeless, and Izuku collapsed as well, rolling a few meters across the debris. With no reason left to live, and even if he did, he felt the shadows of his quirk beginning to fade. It was only a matter of time before the wounds that his power had closed would reopen, leaving him with a limited time to live. Just as he expected to pass in silence, he heard footsteps approaching. Melissa greeted him while being supported by Todoroki, noting that things hadn't gone as he had hoped. She sat beside him, and Todoroki decided to leave them alone. Izuku admitted that he had ended up killing everyone in his attempt to bring Shigaraki back, but he felt he had failed. He lamented that the best thing he could have done for Shigaraki was to end his life to set him free, yet he still felt miserable. He reflected on how no one would remember this moment. He wouldn't be seen as a hero because society needed a good figure, not a villain. He wouldn't be the bad guy either, as that role would be left to Shigaraki or All for One. He felt he would be nothing in this story, just another zero in the world. As the darkness within him continued to dissipate, Melissa decided to resign herself to desperately trying to save him while allowing him to rest. She reassured him that there were no nearby medical units and that he seemed unwilling to continue living. She placed his head in her lap and reminded him that he meant a lot to many people, including Kirishima, Eri, and Mario, who held him in high regard. Others, like the principal and Bakugo, would never forget him. She expressed that he had always been an enigma to her, but when he called her a friend in his letter, it brought her great joy, as she had never had many friends in her life. She asked him to never think of himself as just a zero in the world, because he would never be that. After hearing her words, Izuku felt a mix of surprise and happiness. Despite all the wrong he had done and the years he had thrown away, this moment brought him joy, as it meant not everything he had done was in vain. He could only offer her a grateful smile, recognizing her as his only friend. In the final moments of Izuku's life, the two of them pressed their foreheads together. As he passed away, the darkness within him vanished completely. Melissa, seeing that he had died, gently laid him on the ground and stayed by his side for a few minutes. Todoroki appeared moments later, asking how it had gone. Melissa approached, looking down at the body. She noted that Izuku was gone, wishing they had more time to talk, but it was clear that he needed to rest. As she stood, she observed the state of their protagonist. He had lost all the dark mass that remained, revealing just how damaged he truly was. His green hair had returned, but the injuries from the recent battle were evident, alongside scars from 6 months prior. There were hardly any parts of his body that remained intact. Both young heroes stood in silence, taking in the devastation around them, the fallen villains scattered across the area. Yet, amidst the dark clouds, rays of light began to break through, softening the grim atmosphere. 2.5 years later, Melissa reflected on her time since leaving the academy. It had been nearly 6 months since she joined Endeavor's agency. Although Endeavor had stepped back to allow new generations to take the lead, he remained the agency's director and her direct supervisor, ensuring she never relaxed, even as crime had diminished compared to previous years. The fall of the League of Villains, the disbanding of the Liberation Army, and the execution of All for One were significant blows to villains across the country and the world. However, the collapse of these pillars led to the downfall of many smaller organizations as well. Despite the destruction and loss of numerous heroes during the battles in Jakku and Daika, society did not falter. Instead, they fought with renewed vigor. As she prepared to report in and then patrol, she doubted she would run into Bakugo or Todoroki, who were both working tirelessly to earn points ahead of the upcoming hero ranking. Melissa would have been doing the same, but All Might had convinced her not to rush to reach the top rank. With All for One out of the equation, One for All had lost its essential meaning. Before heading out, she whispered to herself that she needed to visit Izuku. Since his passing, she made it a point to visit whenever she could. His grave was located in the same cemetery where heroes were buried, but his headstone was among those of ordinary people. As he had not been recognized as either a hero or a villain, little was said about him. The only accounts of his involvement came from those who witnessed his battle against Gigantomachia from the rubble or afar. As she approached his grave to lay a flower, she felt the familiar urge to express her gratitude. Although he had been a villain and they had only known each other for a few months, he had inspired her to become stronger and helped her learn to control One for All better. Through him, she had forged a combat style that All Might acknowledged as superior to his own. She would always owe him a great deal, and the only way to repay that was to keep his memory alive. Upon reaching his grave, she made sure it was clean, as it would be disrespectful to let it become overgrown with plants or dust. Fortunately, she knew Kirishima often visited and took care of it. She also knew that Bakugo and Mirio, who had regained his quirk thanks to Eri, visited spontaneously. After laying the flower, she knelt in respect, sharing a bit about her daily life since her last visit. As she concluded her visit, she stood up and hurried away, acknowledging that he would never be forgotten in this world.